How are you?
Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is May 23rd, 2023. We are in the JATC South Building, and we have board members Barnett, Dean, Richards, George, and Miller here. We have board member Robinson joining us on the phone temporarily until he arrives here. And we have board member Dunford who will be joining us shortly. We will go ahead and get started with our first agenda item, which is a review of the 2024-25 calendar survey. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Olson.
Good afternoon. We are here with the results of the survey. The survey ran for 2 weekends and the week in between, and we have responses for you. The comments and a summary of the results were sent to the board, I believe, about 2 weeks ago at the last board meeting, so hopefully you've had the chance to look those over. We had 7,515 responses. That's about par for the course for surveys. We usually get between 7,000 and 8,000, so right there in the middle. The breakdown is basically the same as it has been in other times. Parents make up the largest section, then licensed employees, and on down the list. Breakdown by level. If you had looked at the summary that was provided to the board, these totals may not exactly match the 75-15 because people could select more than one level that they were a part of, so it might skew a little bit. But again, this is pretty typical. Elementary makes up the biggest part, followed by middle and high school. We had 780 comments on the two options themselves, and then later on we asked patrons for general survey or general comments on the calendaring process, and we had 1,545 of those comments. Those again were provided to the board. We have read through and reviewed all of those comments as well. The main question we had on the survey was long breaks or short breaks. What was the preference of the individuals taking it? You can see up on the screen the breakdown by group. We've highlighted in green what the preferred option was for all of these stakeholder groups surveyed. It was for the long break option, and that was the overall choice that came in first at 53.4%. So as a reminder, we had a short break option, which, and let me know if I need to say this slower so you can, understand. It had short breaks. And then we had a long break option that had long breaks. And those are kind of the big, I can say it again if you'd like. Short break and long break options. The long break option was the favorite of the stakeholder groups.
Is that the long and the short of it?
Indeed it is.
Thank you.
Played.
So the recommendation that we would give to the board for approval in business meeting tonight would be to approve the long break option for the 24-25 school year.
Was it a surprise to you that it wasn't more of a majority than it was?
There's very little that's not surprising in our world, and I was surprised, yes, that it was as close as it was.
I am too.
I think if you're asking for my gut response, I think that people preferred the short break option because it ended in May, but I think if we went with that option, people would not enjoy it as it was happening. There are a lot of calendar options that look good on paper, but when you actually have to do them are a bit of a challenge. And I think the short break option would be one of those. Some of the 2-day weeks would be a bit of a challenge.
My gut too is along the same way, just from reading all the comments, that people like the long break option, but they don't like getting out that late in June. June 6th is late. And then the spring break was the other issue. Having spring break in April was in the long break option. I think it's in March in the short break option. So I think the spring break and getting out in June kind of factored into people's decisions just as much as long and short breaks did. Any questions? Okay, gonna keep going then?
Yeah, happy to.
Oh, Was there more on the calendar?
There are other slides that were provided to the board. There were a whole series of preference questions that we've provided to the board in the PDF of the slides. I was not planning to go over them as they're mainly for the calendar committee to use to make future calendar decisions. I'm happy to review any of those that the board would like to call out, however.
Ask a couple of questions on those then.
Sure.
One, there seem to be a lot of comments that say they want a full week for Thanksgiving. And to me, that would be a trade-off. Do you want a shorter fall break and a full week for Thanksgiving? Is that something that you've...
A winter break.
Winter break, 2 weeks for winter break seem to be very popular, though. Like, I wouldn't cut winter break. That seemed to be like the number one thing that people want, that 2 weeks of winter break. So is anyone... For future calendars, not this year, does anyone think we should consider a full week for Thanksgiving in exchange for a shorter fall or spring break?
If I may, President, I think I can remember as a teacher submitting my request for the lottery to get out the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, because we never had that off, and that was part of the efforts the calendar committee has made in the last few years. We've added that Wednesday as a day off for all schools, and I think that's progress, and I think that scratched the itch for most. I think there's a lot of people would still like that week if they could, but it does come with a trade-off, and where does that happen? I think if we were to ask people to give up one or the other, either a shorter fall break or a shorter winter break, I don't know if it'd be as popular. Mm-hmm. I think the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is a big deal, though, and we've been able to keep that.
And I think since the winter break is coming so soon after, that, it's nice to spread them out a little. That's just a feeling.
And I also feel like one of the things that has been really appealing to constituents is that they can go on a trip when nobody else is there. And that's what fall break is kind of unique for. And I think that they probably would lose that if we did it sometime when many people seem to be off.
Okay. My other question is parent-teacher conferences. So I read a few comments and have also heard that just having parent-teacher conferences kind of creates another grading period. So you've got your end of quarters, but then you also have to put together something at parent-teacher conference time. Is there what's our reason for putting parent-teacher conference where they're at?
Well, we have in policy that it would be no earlier than those 2 points, but as for why it falls where it does, I think it's just the pattern that we've had for a number of years. There have been some comments from committee members that, and this was more of an issue when the elementaries were on trimesters, that it did make more work at that point at the elementary level because it fell in the middle of that great big long trimester. But now it's more towards the middle of third quarter and the middle of first quarter. So I would hope it wouldn't be a lot of extra work because it's midterm. It's kind of that middle of the quarter check-in time.
And we've arrived at some of those dates after consults with principals as the feedback we've received from them that it was too early this year. Can we push it back and hit it towards the middle of the quarter so that there is some time once we meet with parents and students to get caught up or make course corrections where possible. So that is a result of feedback we received from principals and teachers.
Okay. So, and that's good. I mean, if you've received a lot of good feedback from principals and teachers, then the comments could be coming from the outliers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's something that we're continually open to in terms of where we place those. It's not, I mean, there is the policy that Caleb referenced, but it's something we're absolutely open to if there's a better way to do it, certainly.
Okay. And then I also just wanted to point out a couple of the comments said that the person who makes these calendars is brilliant. I'm not
I did
sure
not
if-
take the
if-
survey. I
if-
want that just on public record.
Right.
I was wondering.
Your wife.
I think I read that comment twice.
The comments were given to the board completely unedited and without any editorial adjustment. So
Okay,
Might
well,
have
there
made
you
some a
have
little
it.
bold, but
All right, does anyone else have any questions on the calendar?
I think it is, it's good.
Okay, and I think it's great that we're doing this. So, I mean, families will have a whole year to prepare, which is good, which is a request we get from a lot of parents that have to submit work schedules in advance, and I think this is great. So we'll vote on this. Is everyone okay to go ahead and vote on this in our business meeting? Okay, great, thank you. And thank you again to the calendar committee and to everyone for all their work. All right, now we will move on to the permit priority discussion.
thank you. Long time no see, board members. It's wonderful to be here.
Welcome back.
I've asked for this item to come to the board. We went to facilities committee at the beginning of the month and had a wonderful discussion there. But we're now moving to the whole board to talk about the permit priorities that we have on our application for permits. I do want to clarify, though, that my goal tonight is to start a process of looking at a review of these, not have the board make a decision. We have time, although there are timetables that we have to work in. So we're just interested in looking at this as part of the board's stated commitment to take things off of the plates of employees that don't need to be there. There may be some revision and some refinement that we can make. Speaking of those timetables, any changes that we need to make to the application itself, we need to complete by about September 15th of each year. That's a deadline with the vendor we use with PowerSchool. That means we need decisions by August from the board. So we have a few months worth of time, but as you're well aware, the board doesn't meet as regularly in the summer. So there are only a few meetings between here and August. So there is time. We can also have a more in-depth conversation with the understanding that if we go past September 15th, we're looking at changes for the following year's permits. We just have to stick pretty firmly to that September 15th deadline. To be able to hit the state's deadline of November 15th. That's when the open or early enrollment process begins for patrons. So that 2-month interval of finalizing things in PowerSchool and doing testing and training of staff is what we need to stick to.
Can you tell me what we're talking about here? Permits?
Yes. So
We ought to let you in on it, huh?
we have a process in Utah where parents can elect to apply to a school that's not their student's boundary school. You have a seat at your boundary school with certain asterisks after that, but you can choose to apply to a school that's not your boundary school. Utah law says that there are 2 windows that we operate in. The first is November 15th through the first Friday in February, and in that window, we allocate permits based on a building's capacity. State law sets a 90% threshold. So if we project that enrollment for the following year is going to be above 90% of the building's capacity, there are no permit seats available. People can still apply and get on our wait list, but there are no seats available for them. If we project that it's under 90% capacity, there are seats available from our projection level up to the 90% range. Back in the day, it used to be first come, first serve. So it used to open on December 1st. You would see on December 1st lines wrapping around some of our schools of parents waiting to get in and turn in their application because we would timestamp them and they were first come, first serve. The board made the decision during the MOAB, the boundary change process that impacted all of our schools, to do 2 things. Number 1, we centralized permits at the district office. Prior to that, it was a school-by-school process with paper permits, so there wasn't an easy way to know how many permits had been issued at a school except to go to the school and count pieces of paper to see what had been offered and who had applied. So we centralized that in an online process. The second decision the board made was to put in a lottery system for the first month. It was December 1st to December 31st originally. Law changed this past year to make it from November 15th to December 31st. During that window, we still base the number of available seats off of a building's capacity, but the board has set up priorities to say that students in these different groups should go to the top of the list. Then we run a lottery. You put in an application anytime from November 15th through December 31st. On January 3rd, when we come back, we run a lottery, and Power School, the process that we use, takes all of the applicants for a school and looks at everyone who qualifies under Priority 1 and puts them in random order on the wait list, all of the Priority 1 students, then all of the Priority 2, then 3, then 4, and so on and so forth. It's a great system because nobody has to get up at 4 in the morning to go sit outside the school, but we're not quite at the point where a computer can verify all of the different priorities automatically for every student who applies. So those priorities have to be manually verified by staff at each school. We allow patrons to apply for 3 different schools at a time, and with those 3 schools at the elementary level, I believe there are 7 priorities. So you have 7 priorities times 3 schools, so there are 21 different data points that have to be verified per student application at every school in the district. So the board has tweaked the priorities a little bit. In 2020, we had a request from President Miller to add a priority, and we added in one for elementary siblings of students on district programs. Last year, we came to the board and asked, in, again, the spirit of taking things off employees' plates, we had a priority that was students within 1.5 miles of an elementary or 2 miles of a secondary school, which had to be manually verified. Someone had to look up the school's address and the student's address and check the mileage. We took that off. So now we have a little bit simpler process, but there are still some issues with how it's managed, how it's overseen. Have I left anything out?
That's great. And, you know, as just a reminder too, during Moab, there was the one thing that we did find through using the paper process at each of the schools is, as Caleb alluded to, we really found that there were a lot of permits being granted that should maybe not have been, or, you know, they weren't being reported correctly. So we did find a way that we needed to be able to centralize that so that we could ensure that we were following the process that the law set forth, but also allowing a fair, equitable access to all of our patrons through that process. It also resulted as I don't want to bring up PTSD, but we revoked a lot of permits that year as a result of that, because as we were looking at all the capacities and boundaries of all the different schools, we needed to know exactly how many students were there. We needed to know exactly how much room were in each of those buildings as we were looking at different boundaries and what we could do. So this process overall has been a fantastic thing, because now all of our schools really are doing the same program, the same expectations in the same way. Prior to that, it was, we all did a training on it and hoped that it was that way, but now the system forces that uniform application of the permits.
It still is a little bit of an inexact science, as with any sort of projection. The projections we use for permits, state law requires that there are October 1 projections. So there are earliest round of projections, which are by default the ones that are probably least accurate because we have fewer data points to go off of. But we make a projection, we know our building's capacities, and we calculate every year that 90% threshold and communicate out to schools how many seats they'll have available.
Remind me, the capacity of the building, is that the architectural capacity or the current capacity, like including?
What we go off of is the architectural capacity. We do not include portables because if a school has portables, by definition, we're over capacity, right? We've had to add space that didn't exist there previously. So we use the architectural capacity of each building to make that calculation.
Thank you.
Well, that is debatable because as a board, we've said up to 6 portables is acceptable.
And we do make adjustments. For instance, we have a number of middle schools that have a dance portable that is a portable, yes, but it's there because they didn't have a dance room and the portable was a cheaper option. And we don't hold that against the school because it has wheels. We count it as part of the building. So we do try to account for those variations that come into play. So the application that we have now is tailored to Moab. It's built to work best when a school has a lot of boundary changes that are impacting a lot of students.
And Moab is mother of all boundaries, as a reminder. Boundary changes.
Trademark Anthony Godfrey, 2019. Because it is directed at a major boundary change effort, there's a lot of annual work required for staff with little return on that work. And I'll show you what I mean in just a second when we get to the graph, so I can illustrate that. It also makes it complicated for all of the stakeholders in the process. I'm pretty sure there are parents who don't know what priorities exist, what priority they are, how they qualify. It's a very complicated process. We've also heard from PowerSchool, our vendor, that we have a very complicated process. I believe Travis has said it's one of the more complicated ones in the country that uses their system. They were, when we did the RFP, one of the more functional processes, but we put it through its paces with our system, with all of the different priorities and the different levels. It becomes an issue every year because as we add schools or close schools, and as PowerSchool updates software and does changes on their end, we have a lot of little boxes that have to be checked and verified, and there's a lot of things that could potentially go wrong with a system that has as many moving parts as ours does. I also wanted to make clear, or to make sure that we were all on the same understanding here, the priorities don't mean seats. We can add all sorts of priorities to a school, but it doesn't change the fact that many of our schools are at or above 90%. So adding a priority to address a specific need isn't necessarily going to create seats at the schools where those patrons want to be. Again, early enrollment, that period from November 15th through the first Friday in February, we go off 90% of the building's capacity. During late enrollment, which we are in right now for next year, we go off of the district average class size by grade or by course. So there may be space in a middle school in 7th grade English, but not in 7th grade math, which means there's no space for 7th grade students. We look at the whole picture of a grade level or of a course offering at this stage.
And as a reminder as well, while the state establishes 90% of that priority, the board has allowed for exceptions to that up to 100% and so forth. It's just as a reminder. So there are other portions that that principals can request to go above that 90%, and that process has been laid out by you as a reminder.
Will you remind me of that? If they go up to 100%, it's with AOS approval. Remind me how the approvals work.
We have 3 tiers that were established by the board. Tier 1 is schools with no portables. They can go from 90% of their building's capacity to 100% of their building's capacity with a just discussion with their administrator of schools. Tier 2 is schools with 1 to 6 portables. Those schools can go from 90 to 100% with discussion by cabinet and notification to the board of that change. Schools that have more than 6 portables are in Tier 3. They can go from 90 to 100% with a board discussion and cabinet approval. Over 100% is not something that is allowed. So we have 3 tiers that we go off of with the
So it's just
portables.
90 to 100. Okay.
So to illustrate this for the board, and if you accessed board docs before this morning, these last couple slides were not in there. I just updated these this morning. This is a graph of all of our schools based on what capacity we projected them at in November of last year, right before the permit window opened. You'll notice we have schools that go from the high 60s to 126% capacity. We have some very full schools and we have some fairly empty schools. Everything above that red line would not have been required under state law to take permits. Everything from the 90%, the red line, to 100%, following the board's permit priorities and the tiers we just discussed, may have been able to take some students for a variety of reasons. Some of our high schools like to try and take some students each year just because there's such demand. Other schools may try to balance numbers. If they have a low grade coming in or a big 6th grade class leaving, they may try to take a few extra. From 100% and 100% line up, those schools would not have typically taken permits. One of the reasons I wanted to show this graph is something that I'm sure we hear, or you may hear as board members from patrons is, well, I hear that enrollment at school X has gone down, so why can't I get a permit there? Enrollment has to go down quite a bit to hit that 90% threshold. I picked the highest elementary, middle, and high school on our list. South Jordan Elementary has the highest enrollment as expressed in terms of capacity. They'd have to lose about 250 students to hit the 90% mark, where they would be able to add permits, which means technically they'd have to lose 251 students to be under 90%. Sunset Ridge about 240, Copper Hill's about 450. Enrollment can decrease, but unless it drops an awful lot, some of our schools are very full and it doesn't impact them. Anything to that point that I can go back and clarify? Permits, especially for our new board members, are a bit hairy.
Question, all those schools between 90 and 100. We set 90 again during Moab because we were cleaning house. So
And it's the one threshold in state law.
90 is in state law.
Yeah.
So if they're below 90, we have to take the permit, right?
Until you hit 90%, yes.
So what's happening between 90 and 100? Are these schools making an effort to accommodate people if they've got room, or are they just saying, nope, 90%, don't talk to me?
So all of our schools are provided information in the fall with the number of seats they are required to take and the number of seats that they might be able to access to put them at 100% capacity. So that information is given to principals. So those schools between 90 and 100 would know, I don't have any seats I'm required to take, but there are 47 seats I may be able to access. So using that, they would look at their wait list and make some determinations about, do we need to take some extra kids? Some of our schools have very large sixth grades that are leaving, and maybe the kindergartens coming in are a little smaller, so they may want to take a few. It's case by case in that 90 to 100 range. There are schools who don't feel like they can take any because they've been very full, and they're now starting to get a little bit of breathing room, and they want to keep that. There are some schools who take more students.
I guess my question is, are they between 90 and 100 not taking any more because the board said so?
That has not been my sense at all. My sense has been that principals try and say yes when they can, at all times, really. And sometimes that's a conversation that Caleb or I have with them, just kind of bouncing ideas like what scenarios and things like that to help them make their decisions. But they're generally looking for a reason to say yes and to allow students into their building.
And if I could add to that, it's almost always in consultation with their administrator of schools, talking about the needs of the school, the community desires, and trying to balance that. It's been my experience. That's been how it's worked.
We have several schools who may say, in the permit lottery the board established November 15th to December 31st, we had 50 students apply. And from what planning and enrollment is telling me, I have 75 seats available. Can I take all of those 50 kids who were in that first permit window just to try and say, here's a sensible cutoff? I could say, everybody before this point I'd like to be able to take, but everybody after that I may not be able to accommodate. There are a lot of schools that do that. The biggest consideration, I think, is trying to just do it in a fair way so that there's an easily explainable method to accepting or not accepting permits.
And I think if you had, if you would leave out only a few people from the lottery, schools want to round up, and that's a clear cutoff. So if you applied during the lottery and we can squeeze in a few more and say that everyone in the lottery was allowed in, then that's a nice threshold to be able to meet. Not to say, well, sorry, 4 of you lost the lottery. Let's bump that up so that we can get as many. We want students to attend where they want to be.
I appreciate that. Just because I, in my mind, playing if we needed to move that 90% up to 100.
The issue that comes up more often than that is if you look at the schools on this chart, and I know they're very, very small, a lot of the schools that are full are schools that get a lot of applications for permits, and a lot of the schools under the 90% line are schools that are in areas that don't draw a lot of permit applications. So again, we can add priorities for students, but priorities don't necessarily create seats where patrons want them to be. So I mentioned that the priorities being tailored for Moab and large boundary changes create work that doesn't have a lot of payoff. And I'd like to show you that in these next 3 slides. There is a data table at the bottom. Kindly ignore that and just look at the bars on the graph, because the bars make a more clear explanation. If you look at the graph, the dark blue lines are the Moab year. We had the most number of permit applications that year because, as mentioned, a lot of our schools had permits revoked. We were able, under state law, to take the last in and revoke those permits to drop a lot of schools back down to 90%. So there were a lot of individuals who wanted to try and get back into their schools, or whose boundary had changed and they wanted to be in the school where they had been attending. A lot of people just trying to get back to the school where they were at. That was the Moab year. You'll notice the bars for every other year are much smaller on priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then much larger on the priorities 7 and 8, which are basically everybody who's not qualifying for a priority. So in subsequent years, the majority of granted permits are in the people who don't have a priority attached to them categories. But we still have to verify them against each of those permit priorities for them to process through the system. Chart for middle school, same story. Blue lines are the biggest on all of the lower priorities for the Moab year, and then drop significantly, with the everyone else priority being the highest in non-Moab years. High school, same story. The juniors remaining as seniors, almost 500 the Moab year, very few every year after that who qualify in that threshold. So as they stand, these are the priorities that the board has. One of the things that makes them difficult is that they are not the same across all 3 levels. Even the 2 secondary, middle and high school, are similar but not the same. Their first and second priorities are different. Having that difference between levels adds some complexity. Elementary school, we have an awful lot of priorities. There's just a lot, and a lot of very small groups who tend to qualify for those priorities. So what we had hoped to do was, when we went to facilities, I brought a proposal and we had a lively discussion at the facilities committee and answered a lot of their questions to condense these priorities down. And that proposal is on the screen now in a green column. And I know some of you will say, well, Caleb, there are 6 there and you have 5 at middle school and high school. That is not technically a simplification. Let me explain. There's also a one that's in italics and one that's in bold. So let me give you the method to my madness here. We have on the list children of school employees. That's a priority at all 3 levels. During the lottery, if someone applies and they're an employee at the school and they have a child, they take one of the lottery seats. They take one of the spots that's available. Later on, if a principal hires an employee and that employee wants to bring their child with them, many principals will ask for a seat to accommodate that child because they want to have good employees at their building. And if the employee needs to bring their child as a condition of working there, that's something the principal wants to accommodate. So on the proposal, when I took it to facilities originally, I had children of school employees as priority 0, because what I would like to do is say that we accommodate children of employees at the same school, but we do it without taking seats from the general public. Meaning, if our calculation says that your school has 10 seats available and you have 12 people apply for those seats, but 2 of them are employee children, we give you 12 seats. We just spot the school the seats for employee children without taking seats away from the general public. So that's why it's in italics and there's a little line underneath it.
That's what you're doing now?
That's
Or
what
part
I
of
would.
the proposal.
That's part of the proposal.
Okay.
And would you like to see that happen at all levels?
The proposal would be the same set for all 3 levels, same order of priorities. That list for all of them. So originally from that priority, the next one I had was other current students wishing to remain. At the request of Mr. Robinson, we tweaked that and added in a priority before that says students completing their last year. He was concerned about having that priority in there for juniors staying as seniors, 8th graders staying as 9th graders, so on and so on. Students with a current family connection is an attempt to address the elementary priorities for siblings on permits, siblings of program permits, and siblings of out-of-boundary permits, trying to say anyone who's got a family tie currently, not my family went to Bingham 4 generations ago, so I can go there now, a current family connection, then Jordan District students and everyone else. So to simplify, or to show you those proposals, I also tweaked this afternoon, trying to see if I could condense that back a little bit, and added proposal column number 2 there that just says current students wishing to remain, sorted by grade. Students with a current family connection, sorted by grade. With the idea being we would do those descending. So if there was a senior in that priority 2 group, they would get the spot over a 10th grade student who was applying. Our goal at this point is to open the conversation with the board. We're not looking to make a decision tonight or to have anyone in the board make a decision faster than they're comfortable with, but we're in a window where if there are changes that we would like to make, we're able to make them now. So we wanted to start that process and begin a discussion with the board if the board was interested in looking at a change.
Okay. My question right now is, how does this list accommodate Power School?
I am working on getting in touch with Power School. We're kind of off season with them at the moment, so it's a little more difficult to get a response. We would take whatever list was proposed to the board and work with Power School to make the changes. I'm hesitant to ask them to put in a lot of work until we have a firm set of adjustments. My understanding, though, is that this would simplify a number of the priorities on the back end because, for instance, right now we have a set of priorities for junior staying as senior, a set of priorities for 8th grader staying as 9th grader, a set of priorities for 5th grader staying as 6th grader. That could be replaced by current students wanting to remain. So hopefully it would consolidate and condense.
On the backside, when you look in Power School and you see where all of the priorities have to be verified, and when we log in, we can see all the levels. It is a staggering list that schools look at when the administrative assistants have to verify that that student qualifies to be able to get that permit. It really is staggering to see all the different pieces that they have to look at.
I really like proposal 2. It's very streamlined and it looks like it hits all of the priorities.
So when someone submits a request to go out of boundaries, do they like put a check mark to any of these that apply?
Yes and no.
Or are we sussing all of that out ourselves?
When you visit planning.jordandistrict.org and open the permit application, by looking at it, it's a form. You fill out quite a number of different fields. These fields populate some of those priorities on the back end. Some of them, the school has to look up the student and say, is this student a employee child? Do we actually have this employee at our location? Is there a sibling on a program permit of this child? Some of those the program just can't do because it doesn't know all of the things about all of the kids. But there is some of it that can populate, and if they say I'm an 11th grader at Copper Hills and I want to be a 12th grader at Copper Hills, it can kind of figure that out. But when you get into more complicated reasons, that's where we have staff having to verify.
Although that was, I will say, and I was going to bring this up earlier, is once a student does have a permit, they retain that permit until they move from that school. So if you're a 7th grader and you get it at Sunset Ridge, you're just a Sunset Ridge student. But when you move and you want to go to Copper Hills and that's not your boundary school, that does require another permit at Copper Hills.
Then I have one more question. So number 3, I'm just wondering if the wording is relaying what we want it to relay. So when you first read it to me, I was like, oh, but we already have children of employees. So I'm wondering if we could maybe tweak that to say students with a sibling at the school or something like that, just so that people don't feel like we're doing too much with nepotism. I don't know.
Yeah, because the purpose of that one is, you
It's
know,
like
if there's
ALPS,
someone in
Yeah.
an ALPS program or a
DLI.
self-contained unit or a DLI, that their sibling can go to the same school.
But the idea just to keep families together.
Yeah, so maybe that's a good way to phrase it.
It would also potentially expand our priorities, because having it phrased that way would allow an incoming 10th grader who has a senior at the school on permit, would give them a higher priority to attend at the school where their sibling is currently enrolled. So it would cover more students at the other levels that were not previously covered. So it would expand that priority system a little bit at the secondary level.
Is that a con?
It is something that comes up quite a bit, because parents, you may be able to get oldest child in, but then the youngest child, it's a different demographic world, and there are different numbers, and they may not qualify. They may be a lower priority, so maybe it would give them a bit of a boost to address. It's not something we've done before, but there are students who might benefit from that.
I didn't really intend to change the whole system when I made that suggestion, so please feel free to wordsmith this.
Your
with
suggestion is what the
brilliant mind.
intent was, so I appreciate your clarification. Thank you.
So do you think having it that way is better than, like, if we were to put in wording about something about students with a current sibling on a permit for a program is more narrow, and you're saying the way this is worded, if they just have a sibling there, it broadens it.
It
That
would.
be at the expense of someone there on a program permit?
Well, at the secondary level, we don't have as many program permits in the same situation. It would potentially expand some access. Also, bear in mind that priorities don't create seats, and a lot of our secondary schools are quite full, so just because they may qualify doesn't necessarily mean they would get to have a.
So what about at the elementary level? Because you're right, elementary is where most of our programs are. Would, if someone has a fifth grader there and now they have a kindergartner, and the fifth grader's not in the program, but you've got someone who is in the program.
Under our current
Kindergartner,
system, they would be
who gets the permit first?
Yeah, under our current system, that kindergartner would be priority 5, because priority 5 on the elementary is sibling of a student on an out-of-boundary permit. So there would be a group of students in between. However, the group of students in between is students currently enrolled at the school. We don't tend to have that many students who are currently enrolled in November but not going to be enrolled the following year unless there's been a boundary change. So that priority 4 doesn't tend to draw as many students most years, because it's really a boundary change priority. That being said, again, the goal tonight was to start the conversation. So if there are other aspects the board would like some information on, or some clarification, or to run some scenarios, I'm happy to do that. We're just looking to start the process of what, if we're talking about Moab, it took weeks and weeks and weeks and hours and hours. So
We want to honor the amount of time and effort and angst that whole process was, and just continue to look at how to improve and to make things better.
So here's my issue. We are trying to take from you the heavy lift. You should not be the bad guys. You shouldn't be the one that parents are angry at. It should be their elected officials. So somewhere there's a balance here between letting the board take the heat for the decision and facilitating the process to make it easier for the people who do the process. So I don't want to tell you what heat to take. So what I need is you to come back and say, here are the decisions we need the board to be responsible for, because I don't want someone in some secretary's office being yelled at because the parent thinks it's their responsibility. I want her to be able to say, that's the board's decision. Take it to the board. That's the heavy lift. So if anyone's going to get yelled at, or if there's going to be a need for a heavy lift, I need you to come back and say, this is the heavy lift we need the board to take. And these are the areas where it would dramatically facilitate our job if we could do it this way. Somewhere in between is that sweet spot. If you come and say, here's the sweet spot by my perspective, I acknowledge what you've asked, Bryce. I acknowledge the fact that you really are wanting to take the heavy lift. That's the responsibility of an elected official. But your taking this is really interfering with this process, and it's really only benefiting this small group. So that's what I'm asking, is chew on that and come back and say, yeah, if we do this, someone's going to get yelled at because it won't be seen as the board made a decision versus, boy, this just streamlined our process. That's where I'm at.
I appreciate that comment that and your willingness to be yelled at. I've made a note of that. I think most of the yelling over permits right now comes just from parents not being able to access seats at the school they want to go to, which is
Yell all you want about that.
yeah, we can't make seats in a building where there's no more room.
It's the yelling from, my kid didn't get in, this kid did, that's not fair, who made that lousy decision?
Well, and I would point out that this whole process and going to that unified system that we now use through Power School has, exponentially improved that, because now there's a system, and we frequently encourage our principals and schools to allow the system also to be the bad guy. That don't take the responsibility for the process, which is not in a computer, right? So allow that to use that wait list and leverage that wait list to say, that's great, please apply, they'll be on a wait list, and this is how it happens, and explain the process. So it's helped already a ton in that regard.
We can certainly take this to our school staff and ask for more input. I was hesitant to do that before bringing it to the board, because if the board had no appetite for making a change, I didn't want to open the possibility of a change. I do think what Travis said is correct. A lot of the heavy lift has been taken care of with moving to Power School, but in a lot of ways our here you go, Mr. Van Komen, our permit system is like airline boarding. People appreciate it, and they know that certain groups are going to get to go first. Everybody's fine with that. But if your boarding pass says you're group Z and they're starting in group A, you're wondering, well, how did I end up here? And right now it's a little difficult to explain why you got in group Z when you applied on November 15th at 6 a.m. So trying to find ways to consolidate our process a bit so it's a little more clear. People don't like to hear that they need to wait, but there are some things in life where waiting is the only option that's available.
Or comments? Is everyone open to making changes? Is there anyone that just wants to leave it as is? Yeah, I think when we created this, it made a lot of sense for what was going on at the time. But I think now that we've been through that and accomplished what we needed to, it's okay to simplify. In fact, good to simplify.
And to your point, Bryce, it's been really nice to have, simplified rules will help if that's the direction we go, but it's been really nice to have rules and expectations and procedures in place, but also the flexibility to make decisions so that we aren't saying, well, there are 8 more kids we could take care of that were in the lottery, but we have these rules that are too strict to allow for that. So it's been a really nice blend of the board making the difficult decisions and allowing us the flexibility to apply those in a meaningful way at the school level.
Caleb, what is your preference on that first item? To put it back to a 0 or keep it at the 1, and why the dotted line?
The dotted line was my reminder to anyone seeing it that we would just add seats for those students. even if I put it as 0 in Power School, they'd get priority 1. It still would be a 1. So I think the most fair thing we can do is to explain that, let me start that over. There was some concern in Moab and in subsequent years that the board wanted to make sure that seniors got a higher priority at the high school level, I believe, than children of employees. So what I'm hoping we can do is, for simplicity's sake, say children of employees at the school are first, but we add seats for them so that you have the same chance you did beforehand. Because employees' children, that can be a benefit of working at the school, but it shouldn't put someone else at a disadvantage.
If it's going to be awarded anyways, does it need to be on the priority list?
Having it on the priority list reminds schools that even though the employee child may get the permit seat, they still need to apply, and by still applying, they are subject to the same rules and protocols as anyone else. So if there are behavioral or other issues that come up, that student may not be able to continue their enrollment at the school.
Makes sense, thanks.
Okay.
One last question. Permits at our virtual schools, is that apples and oranges?
A little bit. The virtual schools do have permits because they need to take students who are not Jordan District students, but there is no way to give them a capacity at the moment. So they don't really have a 90% threshold. They take whoever is interested in coming.
And we've not capped it at any point.
Okay, so what's the next step with this?
We will potentially, with help from Cabinet, reach out to some stakeholders involved in the process and come back to the board with additional information to ensure that we're removing burdens and directing the heat where it needs to go.
You.
Thank you.
And we'll come back with a study session agenda item when that time comes. Thank
Okay.
you.
You. Okay, next we have a discussion on the bid for the demolition of West Jordan Elementary School. Mr. Rostrom, if you would like to join us. Thank you. This is on the general session to be voted on. I wanted to have an opportunity to ask any questions here.
Yep. As you're aware, we've put that out to bid. The bid period is closed now, and we had a base bid, which is kind of the bare minimum that we need to do, which would disconnect the utilities, do the demolition on the building, reroute some of the utilities over to the current shed so that we can maintain the current irrigation system and parking lot lights. And then we had 3 alternate for the board to consider. And we can kind of go over those and answer any questions that you have. Alternate 1, so in the base bid, the building would be removed and we would just fill the footprint where the building is. There's about a 24-inch void underneath that building, and we would just fill that in with some suitable film material. Alternate 1 is
Is
basically
suitable fill material dirt?
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
it'd be whatever the contractor would
Check it.
propose for us, and then we would approve that.
Okay.
And that pretty much leaves the rest of the site alone. There is quite a bit of utility work and that we need to do on kind of that north parking lot or the north side of the school, and so there's quite a bit of asphalt over on that area that's going to have to be dug up, and we would patch that back up and put that back in basically the way it is. There wouldn't be any pickleball courts on the base bid, but alternates 1, 2, and 3 would include pickleball courts. So alternate 1 would include doing all that utility work, but instead of just putting that fill material in, we'd put a decorative rock in the building footprint on there. And then on the north area, we would include the 6 pickleball courts painted on the asphalt that was put down. Alternate 2 is taking the footprint of the building and installing sprinklers and putting that into playable sod. We would remove the fire hydrants and stuff, and so that would give us some additional green space for fields. And then we'd also, on the existing asphalt, which is behind on the west side of the building, we'd go in there and do a seal coat on that and kind of restripe that with the current basketball courts and everything that's there. Then alternate 3 is to put grass on the building footprint and also remove the playground asphalt and turn that into with irrigation and sod in there as well. So that way you'd have pretty much the whole footprint of the school grounds other than the parking lots in sod and play fields.
So tonight's vote is just the base bid. We're not voting for any of the alternates, or do we need to propose the alternate we want?
That's correct. Yeah, we need to propose whatever alternate. It can be the base bid only, or it could be base bid plus alternate 1, alternate 2, or alternate 3.
Can we add the alternates in later at a different time?
We'd have to rebid that out. We could certainly do the base bid and just fill in the footprint with dirt, and then at a later date, come in and put that back out to bid.
Are there liability issues with leaving the play area there? Or
Yeah.
what kind of liability issues would there be?
I don't think any different than what we have out on the grass fields. We'll have to maintain that area, and we'll just put it on a rotation to make sure the sprinklers are maintained. In all circumstances, we were going to keep the play pit with the playground equipment in that back corner, and so we would maintain that. But I think as far as liability goes, it wouldn't be any different than any of the other areas.
Can you explain paragraph 3 of the justification? Talks about
The additional costs.
the total. Is the actual base bid 466 then? Not.
With the contractor's bid is the $493,879 for the base bid, but we had design fees, utility disconnects. We've got a change order allowance in there, so you'd have to. The base bid would be approved for the 466, but the contractor's bid would be the 293, if that makes sense. Because we've already paid some of that 172 in fees already.
What's the time frame for this?
We would turn it over to the contractor. Right now, on our tentative schedule, is we'd turn it over to the contractor on August 14th. That gives us time to relocate teachers. Superintendent Godfrey's wanting to do a big surplus sale and kind of bring other items in from around the district, which would be great. And that allows us to fit that schedule
I'm personally a little concerned about any of the alternates. I would prefer just going with the base bid. I don't know that. I mean, sure, it would be nice to provide basketball courts and pickleball courts, but I don't know if that's something that the school district should be doing. We're not in the pickleball court business, are we?
We're also not in the business of taking a beloved school away from a community.
And
That was an attempt to say, how can we make right? How can we make this a place where people will say, yeah, that was a needed thing, but, so no, we're not in the business of pickleball courts, but this was a major community loss. And in trying to make it right, it might be worth the expense to say, this is a beautiful place to gather.
And I think that the main increase does not come from the striping for the pickleball courts or the basketball courts, because it's not laying or putting a new surface down. It's just putting the paint down. I think that the increase in cost is that right? Like the increase in cost is either putting the sod or putting the gravel on top of the footprint.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we'd just be painting the lines on the pickleball course, but we also in that bid includes putting a fence around the pickleball so that if balls get away, they're not chasing them a long way. So there'd be a small chain link fence and just painting the lines. We didn't include putting any sleeves or anything in the ground for them.
I also feel like it's important for us to honor commitments that we've made previously, and something that I have heard our board repeatedly mention is that we're not going to leave you with a hole in the ground. This is going to be a place that is safe, that is an addition to your community, and so it would be hard for me not to do something. Although I like the water-wise options in alternate one. I'll always be that proponent.
My concern with the alternates is this is temporary. It might be temporary and it might be longer term. And if it's longer term, I would make a different decision than if it's temporary.
Right.
But we won't have that information until this fall.
That's my concern too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind investing the money and investing in the community, but if we decide to do something different with it.
Don't want to invest and tear out.
Yeah.
So which is the greater evil, to guess wrong in which area? To put in the extras and not have needed them, or to not have put in the extras and ended up needing them? Which would you say is the worst of the two?
How long is the alternatives available? Like if we say, let's table them right now, can we bring them back before August 14th?
Typically the bids are only good for 30 days.
But we could go out to bid at any point in time
Correct, yeah. We could certainly put,
to add something.
yes, absolutely.
If you were to go with the base bid, what does okay, so we leveled it, what's left? Is it safe?
Yeah, we would make everything safe. Yeah, you would just have dirt in where the building is right now, but the back play area would remain the same. The grass area remains the same, and the parking lots would remain the same.
Or just be dirt where the building was.
Correct, yeah.
You could spray that every year though, right?
We could, yeah.
Okay, so when we get to this agenda item, we'll just need a motion. Motion for base or base and alternate, and we'll just vote accordingly until we have something that we all, well, that at least 4 people agree on.
Lisa, tell me what your gut's telling you.
I like option 2
Because
it.
What would the community say? What's your gut, and what would the community say?
So I think I cannot know what the community would say, but to me, alternate 2 seems the most aesthetically pleasing and the way to have the most potential use from the community in the area. That's what my gut says. But
Okay, any other questions on this?
Yeah, I had one more kind of a general question on the summary of award document. There's 2 companies that bid on this. The second one was a little more than double the first one. Why?
You know, I think a lot of it is just their workloads, you know, and they'll bid according to what they feel like they need, or they need to keep their employees busy. So that was a little bit of concern when we seen that big of a gap in between. Did a little bit of research on MKP, and
What's MKP? Sorry.
that's the lower bidder.
Oh, okay. I thought that
And-
was another acronym I wasn't aware of.
And it looks like they've completed several demolition projects, so we felt a little bit comfortable after seeing their resume.
The thing that brought to my mind was when I saw that discrepancy, or that huge gap, was that when we get bids with only one bidder, I mean, what if the second one was the only bid that we got? Would we have just assumed that was a fair price? I mean, it seems like on all the other ones, all the other bids we get, when just one bidder comes in, I've asked, or several people have asked, well, we only got one bidder, and the response is always something like, well, we think that's a fair bid. But
Yeah.
this could have gone wrong for us here.
Yeah, and a lot of it we rely on the architectural firms as well. There's on pretty much all of the projects, there's a general square footage price for demolition, a general square footage price for landscaping. And so we have a pretty good idea of what the bids should come in, and, you know, we rely on the architects of similar projects that they've seen, you know, in the region of where they've come in at. So we rely on, you know, kind of some past history of what other schools have been demoed for, and square footage price. So we have a pretty good idea. If we get a bid that's really glaring out of range, we're usually is a red flag for us, and we're able to spot that.
Yeah.
One final question. There's a memorial bench and tree. Do those stay?
That would, yeah, over in that corner would stay.
There,
Plaques and a bench
yeah, there
and tree.
are several memorials that
And they're not all in the same spot exactly.
Yeah, everything over on that kind of that north side of the driveway, right on the north fence line, all of that would stay the same. Really, the only areas we're affecting is the building footprint, and like I say, we gotta remove the grease interceptor and reroute power and water and controls to the shed area.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is a follow-up on our Portrait of a Graduate discussion. And we've had this on our agenda a couple of times. This is on the general meeting for a potential vote. So we would just like to discuss and answer any more questions on this one. So we'll welcome Ms. Goff to the table. And Dr. Godfrey, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Last time we talked about this, Mr. Dunford brought up my goals as a superintendent, and I've talked with several board members, and we'll set up appointments with others to talk more about those goals. What I really want to address is that the goals that I have as superintendent, I think, are supported by the Portrait of a Graduate process. And whatever level of engagement the board chooses to sign on for with an outside company, the process, as I said, however we undergo that process, it will actually be a support to the work that I do as superintendent, as opposed to pulling away resources or making it more difficult. I think it will connect the work that I'm trying to do with the broader community, and make sure that we are on the right track. So I'm excited at the possibility of, as I said, however we choose to engage with the Portrait of a Graduate process, I'm excited to have that community engagement as a part of the goals that we're working toward as a district. So I appreciate the questions, and as I said, my goal is to meet with each of you in June to talk about where we are and where you would like to see things go, and where I can be a help, and to make sure that we're talking about what you're hoping for, and that I'm sharing my vision with you as well. So I've set up some of those appointments. I'll continue to set those up, and there'll be a lot of public discussion around this as well. And all of those goals are very public goals, and I appreciate the board's very public approach to everything that we do. And this is an extension of that. So, and Carolyn's here to answer any additional questions. And I know that, like the demolition bid, this is on the agenda, as you mentioned, later. So we're happy to answer any questions or facilitate any discussion between now and then.
Hey, does anyone have any questions?
Do you have new information for us?
I have the same slides as before. I'm happy to pull through and remind you of the cost again, so that is up there. Again, we can take a look at that. We reviewed all of these briefly the last time, so nothing that is new other than just the fact that if you have any additional questions now that the process and the products have been talked about, we had, I'll just remind the board that we had talked about light support, moderate support, comprehensive support, and those were the associated costs with them. Our recommendation was a moderate support, and so that was the associated cost. And so those are, we have examples again to we can look through. Just as a reminder, there are two parts to this. One of them is the Portrait of a Graduate itself, and the other is a strategic plan. Portrait of a Graduate, as we've discussed in the past, acts in the role of like a vision. So that's when the superintendent is talking about getting community feedback, trying to understand what it is that our communities value in a graduate, and being able to harness that feedback into things that we would want as well for our graduates in terms of characteristics, dispositions, traits, the things that we're hoping for, in addition to measurable outcomes like test scores, grades, graduation statistics, the way that we hope that students are developing. And we recognize that it is not the school's responsibility to develop students, it's parents. We get that. That's why we're working in connection with them to say, how can we support you in your efforts, and what can we do as far as just having conversations to recognize the good things that you're already doing. And that provides a vision. And then the strategic plan is the actual moving forward. It's how we do the work. It's using our processes of PLCs, of the things that we're already doing to move forward the measurable goals. We talked about how do we know if it's working. The strategic plan is where we outline what we want to have happen, and then measurable outcomes. And so it's receiving help to be able to put those processes in place that will be able to guide and direct our work.
How will Portrait of a Graduate fit in with our current ends policies? How do those?
It's going to change them.
Come together.
It could, depending. I mean, that is a possibility. Before, when we as members of the leadership and district leadership kind of sat down and looked at Portrait of a Graduate initially, we actually saw ways that it dovetails with the ends policies. So it just depends on what we want to have happen. Do we want to create a different vision or a different priority based on what our community is saying to us that they value in a way that maybe we didn't know before based on their feedback? Or do we think, yeah, we're in line with what that is, and so we move forward now with a richer experience utilizing the ends policies that already exist? I might also add just one other benefit that I personally could see from this Portrait of a Graduate and a strategic plan. Strategic plans for principals are very valuable because it helps principals at a school level put and prioritize their goals. So when we talk about what is a measurable benefit that we might be able to see from Portrait of a Graduate, it's an indirect benefit for sure, because you may not necessarily set a goal on the vision, but it does trickle down so that principals are able to say, I can see now what the board and the district value in terms of, and because of the community, and how we move forward. Therefore, I will outline as part of my TSSA goals or part of the expectations for the year, measurable goals that will meet those types of visionary thoughts. And so there's an indirect benefit that comes because we've put in place a strategic plan. And maybe even more important than the goals that the school builds, it's what we allow for leaders in the district and for principals to take off their plate, because it's not a priority. When they see that the district values certain things within the 5 years, they're able to say, that's a really great idea, but that's not something I need to focus on right now, because I have a clear vision of where our district would like to go within the next 5 years. That's something I'm not going to do. Right now, currently, all the things are good. Everything's good. And maybe we have enough money and maybe we don't, but I have to pick and choose as a principal, and sometimes it's a voice that speaks louder than another voice, and so I have to decide, what am I going to choose? And somebody gets mad or somebody gets upset. When I have a built-in strategic plan for the district, I can say, we're not doing it because these are the priorities of our district, so I'm going to stay focused on those. And it actually alleviates a lot of stress from those people who are trying to set goals. When there's nothing as far as a direct plan, sky's the limit. As soon as there's a plan, you're able to say, not today, not today, not today. I'm going to stay focused on this.
Do our ends policies not provide that plan or that focus for principals? Are they not able to let things go? I mean, I guess what I'm hearing is our ends policies aren't sufficient. They aren't working. They're not up to date. They're not good enough. Is that an accurate assumption? Or
the way I would respond to that is that I don't think it's that they're not good enough or they're not up to date. I think it's that they were not created with stakeholder input at the level that Portrait of a Graduate would allow for. So that's what they're lacking. I think if we continue to work on those ends as outlined in the policy, those are all good things, and it's just that that did not go through the level of stakeholder input that Portrait of a Graduate would provide.
And that's what I would agree. I think they're all valuable, but until we have more voices that can help us weigh in, we have a better understanding of where to focus.
Stakeholders meaning parents,
primarily? Employees, students, board members, community leaders, taxpayers, business owners, just anyone who has a stake in it by paying taxes or having children in the system, or
how were the ends policies created? Who had input into those as they currently sit?
My recollection is that was pulled from a book and other districts and other and modified through an iterative process with the board. There was a point where an hour of every study session was devoted to updating and reviewing those ends policies. So it started with a framework, a published framework from districts and books and other resources, and then was updated with the board. There were
Group like this, maybe.
in a group like this. There was some input through the what's the
Counts?
what counts? Yes, through the what counts process, where we did gather some input. That was guided by a former National School Board Association president from Utah, and so there was some input. I don't mean to suggest there was no input. There wasn't input at the level that Portrait of a Graduate would provide. Is that a fair summary of where that came from and how that evolved?
They're relatively young.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
not very old.
Yeah, they're pretty new.
And
Although
policy
they were
writing is
all
the
before our
prerogative.
time,
Yeah.
many of us.
Policy writing is the right and the prerogative of this board.
I was thinking about this when I was listening to the controversy about the new Utah state flag and how the legislators hired a committee, a steering committee, to help them through that process, to help them with designs, to get feedbacks and hold focus groups and all this. And taxpayers were livid that they spent almost $500,000 on creating a new sign. But when you break it down, that was about 15 cents a person in the state of Utah. So a family of four, we spent 60 cents to make sure the process was done right. So if we look at our cost, it's a one-time cost of $3.66 roughly, to see if we're on the right course, to engage stakeholders. That we haven't done that for a long, long time. We did that a lot pre-COVID with building process and all that, but to get our patrons, our parents, to get business leaders in a room and at a table and saying, what's wrong with our school system? What do we need to improve? What do you adequately think that we have students that are coming in the workforce that are equipped to do this? I mean, the world's changing so quickly with AI and other things that this is, to me, is just a must. And to spend $3.66 roughly to have professionals take us through, to engage in public, I think is extremely important. We could do this on our own. We could save a couple dollars. I do a lot of at-home projects, and it seems like whenever I try to save a couple dollars, it actually costs me more in the end, and it's never done right. I have talked to people in other districts locally here who've gone through the process, and including principals, and they have found that it has been a valuable foundation for where they want to go. And so I'm willing to invest a small amount of money to engage our public and make sure that we're going in the right direction.
So something that would help me to feel a little comfortable about making this decision. I love the idea. I love the direction. It makes me nervous when I see the source of funding is to be determined. Is there, do we have this is probably where this will land so that I can look at budgets and see how it would fit in? How can I commit money that I don't know where it's coming from? Maybe.
That's a good question.
Mr. Larson, could you help me with that? I know this is different than a family budget, but I would not spend this money in my family budget without knowing what I'm cutting out.
It would have to be added to the budget.
And do we know what category it would likely fall under?
I would assume this would be under support services, instructional staff. Be my guess where we would put it.
That would have, if we vote for it tonight, that would be an adjustment that you'd bring in to the budget. book
In
we're looking at currently.
in December.
Don't touch it right now.
Yeah. The current book is done. I can't alter that at this point in the calendar.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. Appreciate you being here. That's the end of our study session items. Board members, would you like an hour break right here? Or would you like to go into closed session and work on a couple of our closed session items?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion then to go into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Dunford.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously, and we will go into closed session. We will be starting our general meeting at 6:30 out in the big room.
Welcome everyone to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. We're in the Riverton JATC South building. In attendance tonight are our board attorney, Paul Van Komen, board members Bryce Demford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Daryl Robinson, Brian Barnett. I am Nikki George, and I'll be filling in tonight for Tracy Miller, who will be joining us later this evening. Superintendent Anthony Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent Mike Anderson, and our Business Administrator John Larson. Thank you to all of you who are joining us in person or in our live stream. We're grateful to have you here. Tonight, we're excited to welcome students from Kings Peak Virtual High School. We will go ahead and get started with a Pledge of Allegiance by Leah Nichols, the Student Council, from the Student Council. Following that, we'll have a reverence by Kai Mayek, sorry if I killed that, Student Council, Kings Peak, and then we'll have a Celebrating Schools by members of their Student Council. So, go ahead, Leah.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello there, I am Kai Miyake, and so I'm going to provide you with a quick quote. So for many students, including me, high school can seem quite a bit overwhelming, although the teachers at Kings Peak truly care about their students and their education and success, which makes learning at Kings Peak not only less overwhelming, but also enjoyable. And one quote that exemplifies this is, "Don't pay attention to the size of the mountain in front of you. Rather, think about what the view from the summit is going to look like." Craig D. Lernsborough.
Hi, my name is Lucas Hayes. We at Kings Peak High School are concluding our second year as an official high school. Overall, our student population has grown by over 50% from our first year, and we are still growing. We attribute our growth to an increased interest in a different and flexible way to learn.
I'm Emily Grossarth, and I'm in 9th grade. We have both full-time and part-time students. We have approximately 250 students enrolled fully at Kings Peak and another 1,400 part-time enrolled students. Part-time means these are students who are enrolled at another school in the district and take between 1 and 3 classes at Kings Peak. We are able to offer a high-quality learning option to meet the needs of students who want something rather than a traditional school schedule for a variety of reasons.
Our schedule is flexible for students and education is personalized. One of the things that sets our school apart from other online schools is the teachers' commitment to their students' success. Each individual students know they have teachers who care about their success and are ready to help them when they need it. They do this by getting to know them through many online and in-person interactions. Because teachers make the extra effort to reach their online students have a higher chance of succeeding in their classes.
When starting online learning back in 2020, learning virtually was quite a challenge for me without being able to interact with my classmates and teachers in person. Although at Kings Peak, it doesn't feel like that at all. Every teacher has been able to connect with me, and it's always exciting to join Zooms, and it's easier for me to learn exciting topics that work towards my personal goals and interests. Kings Peak has been able to help me plan and work towards my future career field, even as a freshman, with courses and schedules that will help me succeed.
I haven't needed much help with my schoolwork, but when my grandpa died, I got such a nice card from a bunch of my teachers in the mail. It was really nice since he had been my last grandparent alive. It made me really realize how much these teachers actually care about us here at Kings Peak.
We recently had our second annual virtual talent show. The talent show was a great success because we were able to do stuff that a school couldn't regularly do. We did an online talent show where you just submitted your submissions to the school and then made a video for the whole school to watch. We saw students' passions for snowboarding, ice skating, visual arts making, video makings, to name a few.
I'm a student at Kings Peak and struggle with chronic illness. When I became disabled 2 years ago, I really struggled with school. I fainted multiple times a day and could barely attend class. My sophomore year was completely destroyed and hopeless. I genuinely thought I could never graduate and feared I would never have a future. But then my mom and I found about Kings Peak. The idea of a school that was accessible for people like me was something I had never considered. Kings Peak gave me back my hope, and now I am on track to graduate next year. I have the same opportunities as my able-bodied counterparts, all because I now have a school that accommodates my needs. Kings Peak allows me to complete all my work from home while also offering unique opportunities to engage with other students. Because of our small size, I've been able to visit multiple museums with my school, as well as attend a movie night. I would never have been able to do activities like this at my boundary school, much less graduate. Kings Peak gave me back my life by allowing me to continue my education while building my physical health back up. I will always be incredibly grateful that Kings Peak was an option when I needed it most, because this unique and inclusive school has allowed me to have a normal life as a disabled student.
We have learned that it doesn't matter as much what you are learning in school, but more importantly, how to learn, that you know how to learn. If you know how to learn, you can do anything, and putting us online gave us that opportunity. Kings Peak is changing the way we learn by taking charge and the teachers providing the tools. We make up Kings Peak.
A pilot,
a writer,
an athlete,
a mental health advocate,
a friend,
an independent.
We are proud to be Kings Peak Royals.
Wow, thank you so much. It was amazing to be able to hear the great things that are happening at Kings Peak, and we really appreciate you taking the time to come and share with us. I would like to invite all those who are here to support Kings Peak to stand. That includes parents, students, administration, teachers. Will you stand up and let us give you a little recognition? Students, the board would love to have an opportunity to shake your hand. So if you want, are you all kind of on the front row? We're gonna walk over to you. So we'll come over, we have a pin for you, and thank you so much. So sit tight for just 1 minute. All right, thank you again, Kings Peak. We love having you here, and you are welcome to stay, but we will not be offended if you would like to leave and miss the excitement that is to come.
I would be offended, but no one else.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to some recognitions. Tonight we're excited to have our Jordan Education Foundation Outstanding Education Support Professionals that will be presented to us by Mr. Mike Haynes, the director of Jordan Education Foundation. The president of the foundation, Don Ramsey, is unfortunately unable to make it, but asked that I express her sadness at missing out. She said this is one of her favorite nights of the year. And so, Mr. Haynes, come on up. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Vice President George. I was just going to say the same thing for our president, Mayor Don Ramsey. She does look forward to this every year. Thank you, Jordan District Board, for all you do. Today, I spent the day with the Utah Manufacturers Association from all over the state. And I can't tell you, there were at least a dozen people that came up to me and engaged in conversation about Jordan District, every one of them thrilled to what was going on in Jordan. I would say most of them were most excited about CTE and what was happening here. So thanks for all you do. It's great to represent Jordan in the community, and we've got great kids, and the community knows that. So yeah, we want to have our Jordan Board of Directors come up and help us in this award along with our staff. And then this is an exciting time to recognize some outstanding education support professionals. As a board, we do this every year. We have a committee that accepts nominations. Those nominations are read by the committee, and then through a rubric, a certain selection is determined for our top winners who are here tonight. So when your name is read, please stand. Actually, you already know who you are. So if you could come over here and stand up against the wall, back behind Ann, and then it'll shorten the distance between coming up out of the chair, and then our board will recognize you and give you an award. And then if you could come up here next to me as I read some things about you. So we have 10 outstanding education support professionals here tonight. Very exciting. There was a time when we kept this to 5, and it was very difficult to keep it to 5, and then it went up more and more and more. And here we are tonight with 10 great, great employees. And we know who helps run this district, and it is our education support professionals. They're fantastic. So with that, let's start with Mel Davis. All right, come on up. Let's get an award. Now, each one of these recipients is going to receive a nice plaque and a check for $1,000 and a copy of their nomination. So this is very exciting. So let me tell you a little bit about Mel. Mel is the head custodian at Oakcrest Elementary. Yeah, come up right here, Mel. And let's face the board here and be on camera. So there was a lot said about Mel, but let me read a couple things. Mel has worked in the Jordan District for 9 years now. He did a number of other productive things in his early years, but found that he still had plenty to give in his later years, so he joined up with the district to make a positive difference. He's been the head custodian at Oakcrest for the last 6 years, and I know Mr. Westwood thinks very highly of him. He serves over 670 students and their teachers who come to Oakcrest every day. He engages in activities that will change the world. Without Mel's work, none of that would be possible in the school today. He does it all with pride, and he does it with humor and a smile for the little people of Oakcrest. He makes a difference as he changes the world. Let's give it up for Mel Davis. Congratulations. All right. So just, if you could stand up a little. And then after all 10 have come through, we do want to get a picture with all of you with the board, so don't go too far. All right, next is Carson Field. Yeah. Now Carson Field is at Rivers Edge School. He's a behavior technician. So let me tell you a few things about Carson that we have in his great nomination. So Carson is a behavioral technician on the Jordan Behavior Assistance Team. It's often referred to as JBAT, which is my favorite acronym in the district, I think. JBAT, that's just fun. All right, So Carson goes above and beyond his normal job description by finding ways to support school teams and students without being asked. Carson looks for areas that need support and immediately jumps to help. Carson is always checking in on staff to make sure they have what they need to be successful. He is acutely aware of staff, mental health, and constantly checks in with staff to make sure they are taking care of themselves, including making sure everyone has taken some time to eat their lunch, which is great. Everybody needs that break, right? Throughout the years that Carson has worked with Jordan School District, he has had the opportunity to make significant impacts on individual schools as well as the district. Carson holds a district position and contributes to the growth of the district behavior team by making suggestions for improvement, supporting online learning opportunities for teachers, and teaching district staff new skills for de-escalation. Carson has made a lasting impact on students and staff in the Jordan District and has left everyone better than he found them. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, next, I think in the district, it's just Matt Gardner. Somebody said, to know Matt is to love Matt, and I think everybody would agree with that. Matt is great. Matt is Jordan District Mail Services, and he's just a joy to work with. When he walks into a room, he brightens the room. Just a great man and a great asset for the Jordan District. So congratulations, Matt, and you're looking good today with the buttons and the hat. Love it. So a few things about Matt. When you hear the name Matt Gardner, you can't help but smile, right? I think the whole room just lit up. He is always joyful and friendly to anyone he comes in contact with his trademark hat and boots. He does everything with a smile and a joke. He's hilarious. We love his attitude about his life and work. He is always trying to make our lives easier by picking up and supporting wherever he can to help make sure things are done. Matt is always, always, always upbeat, and he loves Mondays. Why do you love Mondays? What's so special about a Monday?
Saturday's just free work.
Oh. Saturdays are free work. Monday you get paid for it. All right, great. Matt is able to bring sunshine when things are gray. Several years ago, this person said they were experiencing a very tough time at work. I had been given a difficult assignment, and I felt that somewhat unjustified. I was tasked with moving heavy boxes of files, books, and miscellaneous items that were no longer of use. This project lasted a few weeks and was in the warehouse. It was dirty, dark, and tedious. There was a deadline for moving these boxes, and it was very overwhelming. Near the end of the project, I was in tears and didn't know how I would ever complete the assignment. Later that day, Matt shows up. He not only offered help to move boxes, but also listened while I was at one of my lowest points. He was sensitive and encouraging. We love Matt. Congratulations, Matt, and thanks for all you do. And receiving an award was probably not the most comfortable thing for Matt. Thank you, though. Next, Cheryl Jones. Yeah. Do we have anybody in the house from Hidden Valley? Yes, we do. Back here. All right. All right. Cheryl is over at Hidden Valley Middle School. Great school, newer school. Are we in our third year at Hidden Valley? Yeah. Third year at Hidden Valley. Great. All right, she's the lunch manager. And Cheryl is the type of lunch manager that goes above and beyond, trying to build and support a cohesive lunch team. When you put multiple cooks together, that sounds like this is going to go bad. There can be a lot of voices and opinions on how things work, but Cheryl does an outstanding job helping cooks understand their role and which area they are needed in on a specific day to help the overall kitchen run smoothly to best serve the students. Much like spokes in a wheel, her cooks must be led in unity so that each day can be accomplished with the good and purpose in mind to serve students and staff. Cheryl is amazing. There's lots to be said about Cheryl. One more thing here. Here, let me finish this. I know, which one do I want to finish with? Oh, it's got to be, all right. All right, with her promoting the importance of eating a nutritious breakfast, there was a student survey, and Cheryl was promoting this form on day one. We had student winners from the promotion, and our school had one of the most survey submissions recorded across the district. Cheryl is a true professional. Congratulations, and thanks for all you do, Cheryl. All right, Lisa Lestarge. Here we go. Lisa is at the district office and has been working with our business administrator, John Larson. So she is administrative assistant to business administrator's office at the district office. So it's good to see you here. Another one with a smile every day. One more thing, I gotta say, I haven't even, one thing, when I first came into the district, and I know a lot of other employees have done this, there's this, I call it a TLA dictionary. You need a TLA dictionary. It's a 3-letter acronym dictionary. Because in education, many of you know this, that there's a lot of acronyms in education that not everybody knows. But when you hear these rattle off every so often, you're a little confused. Well, Lisa created a whole binder full of all of these. I mean, pages and pages of all these acronyms to help her, but now it's a resource for so many others to help understand what those, those little acronyms are that are just thrown out like assuming that everybody knows what they are. So it's awesome. Thank you for doing that. All right, Lisa is one of the kindest people I've ever met, said someone, the nomination here. She is very soft-spoken and is easy to talk to. Lisa has held many different positions in the district. She has worked as a part-time office assistant, a full-time administrative assistant at an elementary school, and she has worked as an administrative assistant for the AOSs over elementary and middle schools. Her current position is working with John Larson as the administrative assistant. She has moved up in jobs very quickly because she is such a hard worker, does a great job with whatever she is given. What a blessing it is for Jordan District to have Lisa as an employee. We have one more thing. Let's see. The board meetings are not unfamiliar to you. Lisa attends every board meeting. She takes notes in the meetings and turns them into professional minutes for board approval. And I know how difficult that can be. That's a challenge, and I'm sure everyone appreciates that, so thank you. So let's see. Again, there's more. She put, besides the agendas, the transitions, the discussion items, she makes sure each administrative assistant knows how very much they are appreciated. She's very good at handing out compliments and helping others, but it's because of people like Lisa, it allows the district to move forward with success. So thank you for all you do, Lisa, and congratulations. All right, Nathan Morgan. There we go. All right, you got some fans. And, all right. So, anybody here from West Jordan High? Okay, some. Great. There we go. All right. Great. So, Nathan is head custodian out there. And the value of a head custodian at West Jordan High is significantly emphasized, succinctly emphasized by an administrator who explained, Nathan knows that when our physical surroundings are taken care of, it makes it easier for students and teachers to take care of business of learning. His friendly personality, work ethic, and dedication, attention to detail, and professionalism earn high praise from those who work closely with him each day. Those who need his help and expertise, and the students and patrons who enjoy a remarkably clean and orderly facility. Nathan graduated from IT Technical with an associate's degree. He began employment with the Jordan District as an assistant custodian at West Jordan High. He advanced to elementary school head custodian, then to the auxiliary building, and to Valley High. He returned to West Jordan as head custodian. As you can see from his progression, he continues to learn and implement knowledge as he advances in his responsibilities. Thank you for all you do, and taking care of our buildings.
Okay.
Thank you, Nathan. Congratulations. Mark Nelson. Wow. Yeah. I love this cheering section. This is great. This is recorded, Mark, so you can listen to that later too. All the cheering. Thanks for laughing. So Mark is the head custodian at the district office for Jordan District, but he also helps in a number of different ways. Mark's been with the district for over 30 years, and what a great asset Mark is. Mark Nelson is true Jordan blue. So blue. What color is the new car? Blue. All right. He is loyal and dedicated, hardworking, dependable, knowledgeable, accommodating, compassionate, and friendly, along with many other fine qualities. What Mark Nelson adds to the culture of the district office would be impossible to accurately measure. His cheerful and kind greeting every morning is the best. You would never know from his pleasant and happy demeanor on many mornings just how early he arrived to work so that he could prepare for or fix something for the rest, so that the rest of the building could start the workday without delay. Mark is so good to work with on many levels, but the most endearing quality is his love and care for the custodian assistant that we have in our building that has some special needs. Mark has worked with JD for many years in different locations. Where Mark goes, JD goes. Mark's compassion and gentle supervision of JD has allowed JD to be a wonderful and very productive member of our custodial team and a family of the employees at the district office. We could go on and on, Mark, but thank you for all you do, and congratulations. All right, Lisa Parent. Where's our Oakleaf Elementary people? Oakleaf Elementary? Okay, there we go. Lisa is an administrative assistant at Oakleaf Elementary, which is how old? It just finished its first year, right?
Not over yet.
Oh, it's not over? Well, sorry, thank you, Daryl. Not over yet. So, Lisa Parent is Oakleaf Elementary School Administrative Assistant. This is the first year for the school, for not only the school, but also the first year Lisa has been an administrative assistant. She has worked as an elementary office staff for many years previous to this. Becoming a head administrative assistant comes with many responsibilities. Lisa has taken them all on with grace and willingness. Here's what some of the teachers have said about her. You laugh? This is going to be good, though. There are some people who make you happy, and there are some people who irritate you. And then there are some people that every fiber of your being knows that everything will be all right with you and around you. That is Lisa for us, Oakleaf and Oakleaf. Her positivity and genuine care for all creates an inviting environment to all who enter the school. She is the first one here each day and the last one to leave each day. That's how this school, in its infancy, has managed to run smoothly in its first year. That's no easy task. Thank you, Lisa, and congratulations. And then there were two. Rick Thompson. Yeah. Riverton High, where are you? Anybody here? We're here, okay, represented. All right, Rick Thompson is also a head custodian at Riverton High School. Rick has many qualities that set him apart from other head custodians. Rick is also a tremendous asset to the school. He has an amazing rapport with the faculty, the staff, the administration. He is always positive no matter what he is asked to do. He goes above and beyond his job description. Someone said, Rick has a positive attitude at Riverton High School, always says yes with a smile, and work requests and maintenance repairs. He is easy to work with and willing to go beyond his duties to help others out. Rick takes pride in everything he does at Riverton High School. And this person says, I remember seeing Rick step in and help out so many people when they needed an extra hand. Examples like opening doors, carrying heavy boxes, or helping to step up with the cafeteria ladies beyond his contract duties. Rick is a great guy. In fact, Rick is just amazing. He is always on top of things. Each time a request is made for the job gets done. It gets done quickly and well. He also always has my lab's broken glass containers cleaned out. You remember that? Okay, all right. Rick demonstrates what great leadership is, and it shows in the quality of the school and how well it's taken care of. Thank you, Rick, and congratulations. All right, Brenda. Big applause for Brenda, the last one in line here, just because of the alphabet, not for any other reason. So, do we have anybody here from purchasing? Yes, Kurt's back there. All right. So Brenda is a senior buyer in purchasing, and Brenda is an exemplary employee that encourages and assists all those around her, from departments and schools that she assists to her fellow employees in the purchasing department. She presents in the yearly business meeting trainings to help admin assistants and principals with their procurement responsibilities. She is patient with all those she works with. Is that a challenge? I mean, it's notable that you're patient with everyone. That's good. But, anyone in particular that is difficult? Okay, that's good. No, there's nobody that's difficult. She encourages collaboration with those that she is assisting, in particular with departments and schools that are needing requests for proposals and invitation for bids done. She will sit with committees to help them understand the information and format the needs to solicit those requests. She has an excellent and professional rapport with the vendor community and has developed relationships with them that help the school district, particularly when a unique expedited need exists, which seems to be all the time. Everything is urgent, right? And there was one more thing I wanted to say here. Brenda is a highly valued coworker whose work typically remains behind the scenes. Thank you for the opportunity to nominate her for this award, and congratulations for winning and being an outstanding education support professional. Congratulations. All right. Cool. That's a great group. Thank you for letting us take some time to tell you a little bit about each one of them, but we know without our great education support professionals, students could not receive the education that they get. And thank you for, we have, how many, 4,000 ESPs in the district? Are we, anyone? About 5,000? 5,000. So you 10 represent all 5,000 that do a great job in our district. So let's give it up one more time for not only these 10, but for all of our ESPs. Congratulations. All right. All right, how do you want the picture? The picture in front here? Do you want a picture with them in front? Okay. Okay. You'll photo bomb? Or do you want to do pin?
All right, we'll have you guys scoot in just a little bit. Beautiful. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Very nice, thank you.
Yep, just right in the back.
squeeze in like you like each other a lot. I think they should hold. A little bit more, a little bit tighter. Very good. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo-hoo! Nice. Thank you.
All right, what a great night. Thank you all for being here for the ESP recognition. Again, we will not be offended if you have other places to be tonight, but I'm telling you, it's going to be a good time in here. All right, we're now going to move on to our board recognitions. Any board members have anything they'd like to share?
I'll go first. This is a cool night for me. Everyone knows I have a great love for blended learning and for our virtual academy, and I love our schools deeply and our support professionals I just absolutely love. But long before I fell in love with any of that, I fell in love with the game of lacrosse. I think it was 20 years ago, my son Josh came home and he said, "Dad, I'm going to play lacrosse." And I'd heard about the game, but I had no idea, like, I've never seen a game, never knew any of the rules, which is really common in our sport anyways. And so I got involved as a parent and a coach, and with 5 daughters to follow, refereeing and even the president of the board for a while. And I came to love this game, and mostly because it attracts good people. And a lot of the athletes that I have been involved with in lacrosse in the past wouldn't be involved in anything else, another sport, had lacrosse not come along. When I joined about 20 years ago, we had like 4 teams in the state. I know when I gave it up to devote my time to school board, we were at about 10,000 students, and shortly thereafter it was sanctioned. And I'm super, super proud. What got me out to Harriman, in fact, was being asked to start the Harriman lacrosse program. And I think in that first year we recruited 150 girls to play lacrosse, and only 1 had experience. And it has just grown and grown, especially in our area. And I could be not more happy than to recognize this group of girls from Mountain Ridge Girls Lacrosse. If we can have the players and coaches stand, that would be awesome. So go ahead and stand up where you are. These ladies are amazing. I don't know if you know this, but this is the 4th year Mountain Ridge has been opened. Our first year, lacrosse was sanctioned, and the little disease called COVID came along and that kind of ruined our first season. But since then, the girls at Mountain Ridge have gone undefeated in region play, and I always get emotional. So 3 times state region champs. That's just remarkable. Never losing a game in region play. Good job. The JV and varsity teams have continued to flourish each year. In 2021, JV had a 7-4 win record, and varsity had a 16-2, losing in the quarterfinals. Last year, the JV went 12 wins and 2 losses and 2 ties, while varsity was 18-2. And winning the very first state championship at Mountain Ridge High. So it was the first team championship at this brand new school. They'll always remember that. So, and I wanted to recognize them last year, but you know, championships week is this week, and so it's hard sometimes to recognize them because they're off to the summer. But these girls look pretty tired today, but pretty happy because they, again, I just cry at these things, but sorry, but I think it's so cool. They went out and just dominated in the semifinals today, winning 12-7 over Farmington, and going to play for their second state championship and defend the Ridge. So last year, JV won 15-1, or this year 15-1. Only loss was to Park City. Varsity had a slower start with 6 losses, but those 6 losses were to dang good teams. Like, they're not afraid to play the toughest teams and play them more than once, and that's pretty incredible. They finished with 13 straight wins and heading to the state championship game on Thursday, where they will defend the Ridge, right? And these past 3 years, this is the part I really love the most. The past 3 years, they have 20 players recognized in the first team all-region, 4 players second team all-region, 6 players in the first team all-state, 7 all-American awards, 3 players have D2 college committed athletes. And so we just wanted to thank you for your hard work, for really representing not only the sport of lacrosse, but the school that Brian and I represent, Mountain Ridge, and we want to recognize you. Come meet the board. We have a pin up here for you, and good luck in your game. I wish you were playing Bingham, though. That would have been so good. Bingham lost in the semifinals today. It would have been like, because that's where I came from. It would have been so good for us to have that. But either way, let's go get a two-peat. Come on up. Come on up. And coaches also. Right here. Grab a pen, grab a pen, grab a pen. Good job, you guys. Good job. Awesome. Good job. So good, you guys. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to
good
see
game
you.
today, guys. Good game.
Anyone you
Go.
want.
Make sure you get your pens. There's some more black ones out there too. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Welcome.
There's some more black ones somewhere. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
The bag.
Good job.
Take the whole bag.
Hey, good luck Thursday.
I need gas. Hi, Daryl.
Hey, good job. Good job, you guys. Make sure you grab your pen. We have some black ones too. There's black ones somewhere. There's a black one. There you go. There's some black ones there. Good job, you guys. Good job. Good job.
Congratulations.
Good job, Angie. You did awesome.
Yeah.
Grab a pen. Make sure you grab a pen. I have black ones too up here.
Yes.
Grab a pen. You guys are awesome. Good job. You guys are amazing. Thanks, you guys.
And good luck Thursday. Who you playing Thursday? Oh, Peak. Okay.
Can we get any parents that came today with the lacrosse team? Can you stand up? Okay. Now, yeah, I guess I should stand up. Now, different from the others, you do have to stay till the end of the meeting. Sorry about that. No, you can leave. Go ahead. Good luck. Go home and get your rest. Thank you. Yeah, that one girl grabbed a credit card from me.
Bye, Daryl.
See ya. Thank you. That's all I have.
Awesome. Other board members with recognitions?
I don't think I can follow that.
Sorry.
I just wanted to bring up just a few of the neat events that I've been able to attend, and there are a lot of them, but just a few. Jordan Ridge Culture Night. Went there and watched them do all kinds of dances from different countries. It was just a really neat event. And then the spring soiree at Majestic Elementary, all of the artwork on the walls, and I was told that the music teacher there actually authored all of the musical pieces that they sang, and I thought that was incredible. Then I was able to go to the Bingham High School ballroom dance concert, and I always love watching ballroom, and it did not disappoint me. It was fabulous. and then the JATC South Awards Night here. Just a really, really neat night for those kids and all that they've accomplished throughout the year. And kind of the crowning point was the retirement dinner, although the people who are retiring I will miss, but it was just a fabulous night. So just a lot of things happening, and we're so happy to be able to go to what we can.
I have some recognitions. I would like to give a shout out to the people who planned the career day at Valley High School. It was the different presenters at their tables and booths. There were people who had entry-level jobs, people who represented organizations with 6-month to 4-year certificates and degrees. There were on-the-job training, apprenticeships, a lot of very interesting things. And I talked to several of the, I don't know if I called them presenters, but representatives of their organizations. And they expressed how much they loved coming to Valley High School. And one even said that Valley High School was her favorite place to represent her organization at a career fair. And I just really appreciate people who put in hard work to help students visualize opportunities that they may not have thought of before. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Ami Shah from the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. She planned an outstanding Native American Community Night, and the Jordan Education Foundation sponsored it, and it included some keynote speakers, an amazing hoop dancer, and senior recognitions and prize drawings, and it just really was very heartening to see the effort that the school district puts into finding a place for everybody in diverse groups to fit in and find a community and feel included. And also, I feel very privileged to have been able to attend the jazz night at West Jordan High School that included jazz bands from West Jordan High School, West Jordan Middle School, and Joel P. Jensen Middle School. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Abby Erickson, the instrumental music teacher at Joel P. Jensen Middle School, because her jazz band really illustrated her desire and ability to meet students where they are at and help them develop their own strengths and help them shine. And I'm saying this because in her jazz band, there were 2 violins, 1 cello, and also a tuba solo played by a student who adapted it to oboe and played it on her oboe. And I feel like those aren't necessarily common jazz band instruments, yet she was willing to include anybody who wanted to participate. And I feel like that is representative of so many teachers and people in our district that want to meet students and help them develop their own strengths. And then also last week, I was able to attend the celebration of West Jordan Elementary School's 41st and last year of operation. And it was wonderful. I saw families with at least 3 generations who had attended West Jordan Elementary School, and I saw past and present students of many ages. The present were only up to about 12 years old, but and I could really feel such a sense of community and inclusion there. And my hope is that the members of this community, that wherever they may land in the future, that they are able to find and make the same sort of community where there's the same love and inclusion. Anyway, I just feel really glad that I was able to go and see and feel those good feelings there with the West Jordan Elementary School community.
Anyone else? Okay, I just wanted to give a couple of things that hadn't been mentioned. It's been such a busy and incredible month. So I was able to attend the Bingham POP class fundraiser. They had a luau. It was phenomenal. And I was excited to see that not only Bingham's, but also West Jordan High School was there. They did an incredible job. We got to cheer on some fire knife dancing, and it was exceptional. And any invitation that includes musubi, count me in. It was great. And then also, it's been really fun to travel around and see the awards that are happening. One specific one was at Antelope Canyon Elementary, where we're able to watch the students receive their Pronghorn Awards. Always an opportunity to shout out to students who take the initiative to do things outside of classwork, go that extra mile, and just a lot of reasons to celebrate in Jordan School District. So thank you to all of those who have made these incredible experiences possible for our students. All right, let's go to the superintendent's recognitions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm excited to be able to honor Shanna Scoville today. I'll have her come up and just stand by the podium. We reached an agreement that she doesn't have to speak. I just get to speak about her, and then she'll come up and meet the board afterward. But Shanna's here with her husband, John, and with Trudy Jack, the assistant principal from the Majestic Elementary Arts Academy, along with other support from the school. Let me just tell you about the award that she won. It's a state award, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program. Let me cut to the chase. She's going to receive a $7,000 bonus on her salary, a well-deserved $7,000 bonus. The requirement is that you must be teaching in a school that has at least 60% of its students on free and reduced lunch, and at least 85% of the students in her class had to achieve typical or better progress on the end of year assessment. That means wherever they start, 85% need to make the progress that we would expect of any student. Now, because many students at Majestic, as many as 50% start below the levels where we would expect them to, this is a huge accomplishment. And Shanna this year is teaching kindergartners. Kindergartners are the most honest students you will ever work with. They will share their observations with you with no filter or reserve, so you have to have a very thick skin to start off with. But she's had experience in upper grades that she's brought to kindergarten. The statistics that earned her this award are from last year when she taught first grade, and she works very hard to know the individual needs of her students. She's a remarkable teacher. We're very grateful for her hard work and for these wonderful outcomes for the students who need her most. So congratulations on a job very well done and on your award. And would you please just start over on that end and allow us each to shake your hand. Thank you, Shanna, for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Part of her prize, she gets an evening at board meeting, but that prize has now concluded. So thank you very much once again, Shanna, for everything you do for the students at Majestic Elementary Arts Academy. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll move into our public comment section. I don't see any, but I want to make sure if there are any elected officials here that would like to take a moment, make yourself known. All right, perfect. Okay, so the Board of Education encourages public comment and values input from our residents, students, and employees. The board sets a time aside monthly to hear from our patrons. We will take public comment at this time on items not listed on the agenda. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by comments received electronically. Both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes, so we just ask you to be respectful of that time. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. Public comments must be appropriate for all ages, as our meetings are being live streamed. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at future meetings. Silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. So when you're called to the podium, please remember to state your name. We're excited to have everyone here for that. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start out with Lisa Morey, and Wendy Stewart will be on deck.
Hi, my name is Lisa Morey. I'm in my 27th year at Jordan District, and I've been the librarian at West Jordan Middle School since 2011. I'm an endorsed teacher, having taught reading and theater prior to my assignment as librarian. I also have additional credentials required of a school librarian in Jordan District. I would like to thank the board for all their hard work last year, updating and clarifying our selection policy. But I'm concerned about proposed changes regarding district-wide book challenges. I carefully curate the collection at West Jordan Middle School. I select books relevant to the ages of the students in my building, which range from 11 to almost 16 years old. For this reason, I have some books which mirror the elementary collections, as well as some books students will also find in the high school. West Jordan Middle has a diverse population as well. I have a culturally sensitive as well as diverse collection, which reflects the students at my school. In order to know which books I should choose, I read well over 300 books a year. I attend conferences and workshops, meeting authors and talking to publishers. I subscribe to and read Booklist, Hornbook, and School Library Journal. Last summer in Washington, D.C., I presented at the National Schools to Watch conference. I'm a member of our school community council, and I work closely with our PTA. I know my patrons. I know their parents. My students deserve to see themselves reflected in the books that are in my library. The parents of my students make decisions for their own children about what they want them to read or not to read. My students' First Amendment rights to choose for themselves should not be dictated by a parent at another school in a different community than West Jordan Middle School. I work with talented and educated librarians across the district who feel the same as I do about their schools. Please allow us to address library concerns at the school level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So after Wendy, we will have Sidna Graff on deck.
Hello, my name is Wendy Stewart. I'm an elementary library media specialist for the district, and I hold a Master's of Library and Information Science degree from the University of North Texas. We would all agree that we're individuals with different and unique needs, talents, gifts. Indeed, no two of us are exactly the same. The same is true of our individual school campuses. This is shown annually in the school climate surveys and the demographics of each campus. These campus demographics show differences represented across the district. No two are the same. JSD has students who are in less than ideal family situations. JSD has students who don't have access to public libraries or to bookstores. And while we may not agree or understand all these cultural differences and situations, we should make sure that all of our JSD students are equally represented in their school libraries, that they can see themselves in the books. Books provide mirrors so we can see ourselves, and windows so that we can see another's point of view. They create empathy. We have minority students who don't meet a definition of a white flight area, and we need to make sure that they are represented and that they are heard. Since each campus is different, each containing its own microcosm, it makes sense to continue allowing each campus to decide which books are appropriate for their school population. JSD policy addresses this with a well-defined selection criteria and a good request for a reconsideration process. So please, let's just give it some time and see how it works. Thank you.
All right, thank you. After Sidna, we'll have Crystal Hansen on deck.
Thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Godfrey, and all who make Jordan District a great place to work. My name is Sidna Graff, and I'm the school librarian at South Hills Middle School. I've watched over the past few years as school libraries and librarians have been bombarded by negative rhetoric that has devalued our profession and vilified us personally. It's time to speak up and highlight the many, many good things happening, especially in Jordan School District libraries. First of all, librarians teach. Each certified school librarian is also a certified teacher. We teach much needed and valuable skills, including research, website evaluation, the importance of citations, and plagiarism avoidance. That's a big one. Librarians strive to provide a welcoming and inviting environment. Many of our school libraries have games and puzzles available for students to enjoy before and after school and during lunch. Soft seating for group conversations or individual reading is available. Some of us have makerspace areas with robots, 3D printers, and various high and low-tech options to explore and develop creativity. Not all students are comfortable in a crowded hall or lunchroom. Libraries provide a secure place for those students. Librarians help with school technology. We check in and out the many, many Chromebooks used by students. We facilitate Chromebook repair by working closely with our school techs. Some of us are the webmasters for our school websites, and most maintain our own library website. We work with Canvas, Canva, Nearpod, Destiny, Skyward, and Google Drive, to name a few of the programs used almost daily. Librarians help teachers. We provide materials for curriculum, answer copyright questions, maintain equipment for teacher checkout, provide laminating and copy services, and collaborate in teaching classes. Librarians promote reading for lifelong learning and enjoyment. Some of the ways we do this are by hosting author visits, having book clubs, giving book talks, and promoting a myriad of library activities and contests. I personally try to have 1 to 3 contests or activities a month in my library, which are designated to encourage both reluctant readers and independent readers alike. I want students who don't like reading to be able to participate, have fun, and come away with a positive experience in the library. I also want students who love reading to feel that the library is a place where they can find their people and connect with others who like to read. And yes, as has been mentioned, we use our expertise to order and process books. If you haven't been to a school library recently, I encourage you to come and visit. See for yourself. Librarians are professional educators. We want what's best for students. We make a positive difference. In many ways, the library is absolutely the best place in the school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Crystal, we'll hear from Stephen Burt.
Hello, my name is Crystal Hansen, and I'm speaking tonight as a parent and a certified librarian. I have 2 sons that have been in the Jordan District since kindergarten, and one is about to graduate from Copper Hills High School. As a parent, I want them to have access to excellent libraries and resources, which I believe their schools have provided them. I want them to have access to books with characters they see themselves in and to characters they don't, so they can learn about other people's perspectives and experiences. Reading a variety of books helps them to develop not only their skills, but their empathy and worldview. Sometimes books deal with difficult topics, but reading them can be a safe way to learn and think about the challenges facing people in our world. I realize that not every book is right for every student, but as a parent, I feel it is my job to discuss this with my child. It's a parent's job to guide their kids in their choices in any media they consume, be it books, music, movies, the internet, or social media. I don't feel other parents who want to remove books from libraries should be able to make that choice for my kids and everyone else's. These parents can and absolutely should help their own children to decide and choose, but one parent or small group shouldn't be able to dictate that for every student in our diverse public schools. Our libraries need to have books that serve and speak to every student. Not all students and families are the same, and we need to respect that and have a variety of books to engage all of our readers. As a librarian, I've been with the Jordan District for 10 years. I've had the pleasure of working with a group of amazing, highly educated librarians. For the past decade, I've seen them come up with creative and innovative ways to serve students and to help them to develop their love for reading. I trust them as a colleague, and I trust them as a parent. Our district selection and challenge policies are sound and align with best practices that support the First Amendment. So please let the policies continue to work. Please continue to support your school libraries and the librarians who do amazing work every day to support Jordan students. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board and everyone else here. It's really great to see you and to hear from the librarians. So my name is Stephen Burt. I was born in South Jordan. I still live in South Jordan. I've been a Welby Wildcat, a Jordan Ridge Eagle, a Bingham Miner, an Elk Ridge Wapiti, whatever that is. I never really understood entirely what a Wapiti is, but I like the word. And I graduated from Copper Hills High School as a Grizzly. My children have been Dragons, Moose, and Mustangs. And Mr. Robinson, I wasn't going to mention this, but I was the secretary of the Harriman Lacrosse Booster Club this year. I was mistaken for a team mom a couple of times, which I didn't mind at all. I don't know that I've ever been called anything that's better than that. I think I might put that on my resume. Nobody does more than team moms for teams like the lacrosse team at Harriman. We had our banquet last night, and I know my time's ticking away, but we should talk about it maybe afterward because it was really fun.
Let's talk.
So after my very beneficial education in the Jordan School District, I went on to get a degree from BYU and then go to law school at the University of Utah, so I'm as homegrown as you can get. And while I was in law school, I wrote a journal article on the dangers of internet pornography for young people. So I'm very attuned to the sensitivity that these kinds of sensitive materials issues present. And what I'm here to encourage the board to do is I've read the materials that were prepared by the Attorney General's offices and elsewhere, and I'm not purporting that this is legal advice in any way, but I will say that the invitation that was presented, that the choice that this board has to take materials as a whole or not, or decide that one element of an entire book can mean enough to take it out of a library, that is the wrong choice from a policy perspective. I think it's the wrong choice from a legal perspective. I think that why I am where I am in part because I was inspired to read as a young person in this district. I was Mr. Godfrey's student in 8th grade English, and I still remember some of the books that we read, and not all of them had 100% pure elements. No book that's worth its salt really does, including the books that we revere as holy canon. So I would invite you to maintain the standard of viewing these kinds of materials as a whole, and I'm all for the removal of inappropriate materials from libraries for kids, but you have to take them as a whole. That would be my recommendation as a parent and as a former student here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We also have a few emailed comments, sorry. We'll turn the time to our business administrator, John Larson.
I have three comments that were emailed. They were one was emailed the day after our last board meeting. The other two were emailed from the last board meeting, but unfortunately, for for whatever reason, they were miscategorized by the spam filters. So I am going to make that up and read these tonight. First comment, Christopher Kirkland. The solution to solving the issue of parents and educators being at odds about which books are available, charged political and moral messaging, and parents' rights to control what children have access to is incredibly easy to solve. Understand the following realities. 1, there are way too many books being written all the time that introduce the themes which parents disagree with. It is a phenomenon that has become especially prominent in the last couple of decades. Despite educators' awareness of Utah law and the desires of the parents, ideologues will always be able to find more material to introduce to the children that promote their personal beliefs, knowing that the impetus is on the parents to find and challenge the material. Therefore, the Jordan School Board should establish the following policy. A, beginning immediately, any book written after the year 2000 must be approved to be used. This is known as a, quote, white list, quote. It is the opposite of a, quote, blacklist, end quote, where a book has been deemed unacceptable. Rather, a book must be reviewed by a joint parent/district committee to be deemed acceptable before being able to be used in a personal collection made available to students or library for general readership. B, continue to allow challenges to be made to anything written before the year 2000 to be removed from the whitelist. Why does this solution work? Because it returns control to the parents entirely. And almost 99% of the concerning books were written in the last 20 years. And to be frank, woke teachers or administrators will hate this solution because it will completely cut them off from the materials they want to expose our kids to. Please pay close attention to anyone that challenges this solution and use good judgment in weighing the merits of their arguments against it. Are they rational? Are they frustrated? Much thanks. Christopher, parent of 5 JSD students. Christopher Kirkland. Heidi Hunt. Members of the board, I would like to ask you to take another look at busing the ALPS program students. I am aware that in years past, the students attending the ALPS program had the option to be bused to their school. This is actually the first year that they have not been given that option. Is there a possibility of it being reinstated if the need has increased? I have a student who will be attending the ALPS program at Hidden Valley Middle School this fall with 5 other kids on our block. Could the facilities committee look at the numbers of students that could potentially utilize the bus route and see if this could be a possibility? In the initial board meeting on March 29th, 2022, there was some discussion on looking into other options for the students. Were these looked into? In the follow-up meeting on May 10th, 2022, it seemed like there were not any options brought forth for the ALPS program, and that most of the effort was focused on finding solutions for Valley High. It would be greatly appreciated if the board could look into this matter further to see if there might be more options for these students. I appreciate your time in revisiting this issue. Thank you, Heidi Hunt. Nicole Christofferson. I'd like to propose that the board create a dual pathway for students in 1st to 12th grades, offering an option to shorten their school day by 1.5 to 2 hours, preferably by August. The high school my children will attend scores a 41% competency in language arts and 23% in math. I considered permitting my kids to other schools, but the nearest high school scores are worse, with language scores of 38% and math at 17%. What about the next furthest school? Nope, 44% language and 22% math. I wondered if this was normal or sufficient. I looked up the schools that our family members attend. These schools have similar demographics as ours, income levels, opt-out rates, absenteeism, etc. Davis High, 63% English, 59% math, Alta, 56 and 46, Corner Canyon 57 and 54, Skyridge 54 and 41 respectively. These schools are 14 to 20 points higher in language and double or triple in math competency. There are some great things happening in JSD, but make no mistake, there are great things happening in other districts, and their students are graduating reasonably literate and competent in math. The free market is reflecting the high demand and need for supplemental education in this area. Here are the number of Mathnasium, Kuhlman, and Sylvan centers by district. Canyons 4, Alpine 6, Davis 6, Jordan 8. It may seem that Alpine and Davis has similar demand to JSD, but they serve 20 to 30,000 more students than JSD. Our kids are wasting a ridiculous amount of time at school. For those of us who opt our kids out of things like SEL, DEI lessons, library activities, counseling, etc., they're wasting even more time. Schools can be structured to do non-academic supplementals at the end or beginning of the day for parents who want their children involved in those. Creating an optional shorter day starting in first grade will allow our kids to participate with their established social circles in the traditions of the system that we pay for, while allowing parents who want to provide a rigorous education for their children the time to do so. This will make it possible for our students to become literate enough and math competent enough to be able to continue educating themselves throughout their life, because heaven only knows if they're graduating from this school district, they're going to need it. Thanks, Nicole Christofferson.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who was hoping to be able to comment that didn't get their name on the list in time? All right. Thank you so much for coming, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak to the board. All right, we'll go ahead and move on with our agenda. I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda item.
I move that we approve the consent agenda item. Do I need to say board minutes? Board minutes.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Robinson. All those in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed? Nay. All right. And now we'll accept a motion. We'll take a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items: expenditures, financial statements, personnel, recommendation to issue certificates for home instruction, and non-compliance report.
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by, I just almost said Ms. Atwood. How old is that? Sorry, that is a compliment to be mistaken for her. All right, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? All right, let's move on to bids. I will take a motion to accept bid items or letters A through C.
I'll make the motion that we approve items A through C. Did you want to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We need to talk about D.
I'll make that motion.
I did have a question on A.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can break it out and just talk about A. Do you want to just motion A?
That's fine. I'll make a motion that we approve item A, Bingham High weight room equipment.
I'll second.
Right, and discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I was curious what happens to the existing equipment. I mean, is it usable? Is it sellable? And what, I know we have a warehouse where we house this kind of, I don't know if we house this kind of stuff, but I'm just curious what would happen with the existing equipment.
A lot of the equipment that's in the weight room right now is in pretty poor condition, especially like the squat racks and things like that. They're They're old. There's only 5 of them. It looks like they were probably put together by a bunch of Dave Peck's friends from Magna at one time and welded together and bolted to the wall. It certainly is not specification for safety now. I've talked with Mike Hutchings, the principal at West Jordan High. When our room's done, we're going to donate a lot of the reusable equipment to West Jordan High School because their facility also needs a lot of equipment for their sports programs and the kids who take a regular weight and fitness program class. So that's what we'll do with most of it. The other stuff that's unusable, we'll just surplus.
Okay. It ought to have some sentimental value. A lot of great athletes lifted those weights.
Maybe we'll sell them then.
I'm lining up because maybe if I had the equipment at my house, I could be strong like them.
Yeah, I
just bring you on par with other schools.
So, Daryl, when we started the process, one of the first things I did was to reach out to Mike at Mountain Ridge to find out what he had purchased and if he was happy with the equipment that they had purchased, if they had any concerns. I talked with Tom Sherwood, who's the principal at Brighton High School, with his rebuild in his athletics facility. I talked with Greg Levitt, who's the principal at Hillcrest High School, with the rebuild on their facilities. So we did a lot of research. We tried to write a specification that gave us really high quality equipment, but wasn't collegiate level stuff. I did have some bids come in that were upwards of $500,000. And we also had some bids come in from online fitness stores that, that's great for your garage, but not for a high school weight facility. So we had the blessing of having an Olympic trained. We have a strength and conditioning coach at Bingham High School who owned his own gyms in California and is an Olympic weightlifting trainer for USA Olympics. And so he did a lot of the specifications for us about high quality equipment that would be something that the school could afford and also last for a long time based on the demand and the need and the use that it'll go through in the next decade.
Other questions? All right.
I was surprised the bid wasn't higher. You did a really good job finding good stuff here.
We did end up taking some things out, some things that we can maybe make through because we still have additional furniture needs with the next phase of the remodel. I want to take care of the rest of those classrooms also.
And then you could add in items as we go, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The rest of the items we'll probably pick up when our budgets are replenished in July, when we get the allocations and finish that part up. But by taking some of the things out, we'll be able to finish those other classrooms, a few math classrooms and the few that are down on the east side of the building with new furniture for the students. Because some of the furniture down there is still some of the original.
Other questions? Okay, all in favor of approving item A, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes. We'll just go ahead and take these item by item. So I'll take a motion for item B.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Fort Harriman Middle School iPads and licenses.
I'll second.
Right, motion by Mr. Robinson and a second by Ms. Dean. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Okay, item C.
I move that we accept the bid for West Hills Middle School HP Chromebooks and licenses.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Marilyn Richards. I know your name. It's a little nerve-wracking to be heading up the parliamentary procedure. All right, any discussion to that item? All right, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion for D.
I move that we accept the bid for special education platform, IEP 504, Medicaid, and HCP.
I'll second it.
Right, Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Robinson. Any discussion?
I have some questions on this one.
Okay.
It says that we're replacing a product called GoalView. I'm curious how much we were paying for GoalView.
The exact amount, I didn't grab that, but it's a comparable program for program. Oh, sorry. I didn't bring the exact amount with me. I didn't think about doing that, but I did. What we are doing is the program that we're getting is a little bit less than what we're currently paying.
So you're saying that the functionality is less?
No, the cost is a little bit less. The functionality is comparable.
Okay.
GoalView is disappearing. It will no longer be a program after June.
Okay. So does this represent a cost savings to the district, John? If we're paying less, if we're going to be paying less for this one?
So the first year is a little bit less, and then by the 5th year, we're equal to what we were paying. So overall, it's not that big of a difference.
I was a little curious about the price tag. I went to Embrace's website, and they didn't have any pricing listed there, which was a little, I wonder, I'm in the software business. I have a software company, and we post our pricing. And I wonder why some software companies don't list their pricing on their website. And one reason, I think, is so that they can give their salesmen the maximum flexibility in negotiating a price with the client. And that's a little disconcerting as a member of a board, as a member of an organization that has really deep pockets. It incentivizes a salesman to get as much as he can from his client, from the school district. So then I Googled Embrace IEP pricing, and I didn't get much, but I got a little blurb from a school district in Illinois that said back in November of last year, they approved the renewal of Embrace IEP. I reached out to the board president and asked him, how big of a district are we talking about? And he said they have about 16,000 students, so there may be a third our size, a little more than a third our size, or less than a third our size. And the amount they approved was just under $30,000. And so I looked at this bid for Embrace IEP, and if you triple that price, it comes to, $120,000, $150,000, which is the bid that we got was like twice that. And maybe they're not using all the functionality that we're purchasing, but it set off a red flag for me. Is someone trying to take advantage of us? Is someone trying to get the best deal they possibly can from Jordan School District? How can we find that out? Do we negotiate with these people, or do we just take their bid and say, well, you checked all the boxes on our list of how we do bids. Do we not ever make a counter proposal in pricing, or do we just accept it? Is there someone here who can answer that for me?
Hi, Kurt Prusi, Director of Purchasing. Those are all great points. They're all things that we consider. Now, this was an RFP, so as you're aware, the RFP is not solely about cost, so there's a lot of things. One thing I do want to mention is scope of work. And I think sometimes these software companies don't have pricing because the scopes of work can be completely basic to, you know, other needs and other modules and other things like that. So my understanding of this bid was we had a scope of work, and the pricing that came back was according to that scope of work. And so I can't comment on what that school district in Illinois wanted or what they're using. But there is also, when you initially start up a contract with a software vendor, there's initial costs. And then, you know, there's costs afterwards for renewals and things like that. So I can't really comment on that, but to your point and your question, we can ask for what's called best and final offers, but there's no negotiating in a contract when the pricing's given. There's the technical qualifications, and then there's the pricing, and we have to treat those separately. But if we ever have reason to question their pricing, we can ask, and it's a competitive forum, then we can ask for what's called best and final, and they sometimes will sharpen their pencils, sometimes they will not. I don't have the actual knowledge of what was discussed in all this, but they know they're competing against other software companies, and so they will typically give their best price. And if we ever have pause for that, where we're paying more than what we think, then we can ask for better pricing as part of that process.
Do we have an idea what types of students or staff or parents use or will use Embrace?
I'll have to back out on that one. So.
Okay.
So all of our teachers, special education teachers, all of our related providers, SLPs, OTs, PTs, all of our every single one of our special ed programs. We also bill for Medicaid, which means our providers are also using that program. So we have there's quite a few.
And do you have an idea how many special ed students we have in the district, approximately?
From our December 1 count, 8,068, give or take a couple students.
Okay, I did have one other question. No, I didn't. That was for something else. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So it seems like we're comparing apples to oranges here. This is an initial purchase, right? So would it be common, the one in Illinois, it sounded like it was renewal. Would it be common that those prices be much different when you're setting up a new program versus renewing a program?
So I'm going to hazard a guess, unless somebody else knows, but there is the initial setup piece of that, and there's an initial training. So all of our folks will have to be trained on a new system, and we have that training and support from the company for the first little while.
And so this is for 5 years, right?
It is for a 5-year contract.
Okay.
Yeah, so the first year is a little higher, but the subsequent years are, I want to make sure I can say.
They come down quite a bit.
Can I not talk about the information in the executive content in here?
If
Pricing?
Can you?
It does say confidential to board members above it.
Yeah, pricing normally is that someone has bid becomes, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kurt, but it becomes public if approved. If not approved, it's left confidential.
Okay.
But we can see that, Brian. That's a really good point.
Yeah, it's there. The annual renewal for this district in Illinois was $30,000, and if you look at the annual year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, it's well above that. So that just kind of stood out to me as a red flag.
So you're gonna make a substitute motion?
I don't know what to motion here.
Well, I think we could approve it, we could decline it, or we could table it.
One of the other vendors, it says, is Power School, which we currently use. Why did we not go with Power School? Something that we already have.
We don't. Special ed doesn't use Power School. We use Goalview. So we're not, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, if you're already paying a license fee for Power School, and I may be wrong on this, but I'm assuming that adding on the IEP module, the IEP functionality would be a lot less expensive than the Embrace.
The Power School component that we use is for different purposes, just for a different module. I don't know how they operate their pricing within their business, but we wouldn't be able to use that for special ed piece. But I don't know how they do that pricing either. But I do know the pricing that they proposed. They certainly know that we use their other piece, and they proposed a pricing that was different on this one.
One thing to consider, Brenda Veldevere was was over the solicitation, and one of the components is the Medicaid, which is, I think, a significant portion of it. And to my knowledge, that was not part of Goalview, I don't think. And so it's a reimbursement through the federal government. And so I'm trying to go on my memory, but half the cost of that is through Medicaid reimbursement. And so it just passes through, and it's not necessarily we're paying this company. It's actually a pass through of the payments to the different individuals. Am I misspeaking?
No, that is correct.
Okay. So there's a large cost, but it's a pass through, and they're not necessarily getting that money. It's they're administrating the funds.
A certain percent of what we.
Yeah. So that's a major cost that you can't necessarily compare, and that's part of the scope of the work. Is maybe this company or this school district in Illinois, they don't do Medicare through this software. That's my only yes. Sorry.
And then one more question. You mentioned to my original question that it was an RFP process and there's not a negotiation involved and we can't do that. Is that because that's the Jordan School District policy that we can't, or is it a state law that you can't do that? Or?
Yeah, state code says we can't negotiate those necessarily, but we do have a tool of asking for better pricing, basically. We felt, though, in evaluating all this, that we were paying less than we currently are when we're comparing apples to apples. And then with the Medicaid portion of it, they made the determination that, it all under one software was advantageous, where others might not have that ability. So that made the technical score a lot higher, even though the cost might have been higher on, say, maybe the Medicaid portion that they didn't offer. So it was kind of hard in some instances to compare the apples to apples, but we made the best determination we could based upon modules and components and past history. So if we're paying less than what we were for the Goalview comparison, we felt that was a good thing.
I think it's a good thing too. I was surprised, actually. I was expecting Goldview to have been less than this, but.
And Goldview's been around, I've been doing this for 13 years, and Goldview's always been, basically it was sole source for a lot of years. And so it's been recently that Power Schools come in and now Embrace and things like that. So it's good that there's more competition coming in, and then Goldview's going away. That is what necessitated us going out for RFP. Great questions.
So I'll just be willing to make a substitute motion then that we table the special education platform purchase until our next meeting, which is just several weeks from now, if anyone else is interested.
I'll second that.
Right, we have a motion to table item D. All in favor, say yes. Oh, sorry, discussion.
What's the time frame on this if we wait a few weeks to approve this bid? June, we could do it at our June meeting.
June 13th is our next meeting. But will that give you guys enough time?
Goldview goes away when? Got to do the microphone.
Our goal is to train our teachers, and that does take time and collaboration and coordination, especially when it is already June. So we need to have a trainer of trainers model. So that means I'm pulling people in, and then we're pulling people in the summer. So because it causes a lot of worry on our teachers' parts when they don't have a knowledge of what it is that they're walking into, because that's a majority part of their job. Writing an IEP is what drives student services, and compliance and being in compliance with that is what is a federally mandated piece, right? That's what we do. So it becomes tricky, but we'll figure it out.
Well, let me ask, what's the purpose of waiting? You're not asking for a new RFP.
Because we want to get those questions answered, find out if this is our best price. I mean, if the price is that much different, we would like to compare. I would like to compare them. I just don't want to make we have a board member that brought up some really great concerns. It's caused me to have more concerns than I had before. I always just want to make sure that we don't have to wait a whole month, which is our benefit too. So it does put us behind, but I wish this bid would have come earlier.
If we did happen to verify that there are other school districts using this product at a much lower price, apples to apples comparison, there still isn't anything we could do about it, right? We couldn't go back to Embrace and say, hey, we found 2 or 3 other school districts that are using the product like we want to use it for half the cost. Why is it double for us? We still couldn't do anything about it, right?
That gets tricky. Anytime you're renewing, that would be the time we can negotiate. So we've actually had discussions with other school districts on completely separate items, and so when they're renewing, they kind of ask us, hey, what are you paying? And so we do that kind of as school districts, and so there's ability to renegotiate pricing. However, when we're awarding a 5-year term, we can either accept the terms and renew it annually under those terms, or we can decide to go out for an RFP and solicit those things. They can always come back and lower the price. We can't just necessarily request that. And so there is kind of some negotiation, but we have to make this decision today based upon the information that's given. And if we say we're actually going to go out for another RFP, they can come back and say, you know what, we'll lower the price. So you might call that a negotiation, but it's not an official negotiation, renegotiation type of thing. So That's why we have these contracts they're renewable annually. We're not committed for 5 years, if that's ever a concern. If we decide after a year or 2 years that we don't like the pricing, we can always cancel and go out for another solicitation.
So this is not a 5-year contract. This is 1 year contract with four annual renewals,
correct. But so we don't have to go to the board for approval every single year. You know up front what the 5-year cost potentially can be, and then it's up to the budget process, the department's allocation of funds, whether or not to accept that. And so if it gets to the point where they don't need certain pieces of it, they can get less price, or if it's not meeting their needs, we can cancel as well.
In the scenario that Board Member Barnett brought up, if we found out something like that, we could easily just put it back out to bid. Say, hey, we found out some stuff. We may want to do this again.
And one point of note, this is actually a conversation we had with the Medicaid payments, because it does cost, and there was a straw poll by other districts of what they're paying for their Medicaid portion. And at the time, I think our current rate, whatever we were paying currently to process that, we were at or lower than any of the other school districts that were asking about it. So, but I don't have the details necessarily on it, because it's very difficult to compare costs, but you can compare, I think, the percentage that is paid through the, kind of like insurance. It's an administrative fee or a pass-along fee. So that we'll pay a certain percentage to do our Medicaid administration. And we were right on line with that. I can't necessarily comment on what this new RFP is, but we can check that. 4.75. So anything under 5%, in my understanding, was very good, or what was comparable to other school districts. Yeah.
I'm fine moving ahead. It's I'm glad that that it's annually renewable, and I wasn't aware of that. I thought we were locking ourselves into 5 years, but
Everything we enter into, we try to have an out clause so that we have options in case service is poor, product is bad, pricing, we find out more information about pricing, we try to get an out clause so that we have options.
So if we approve this, that the concerns that we have, we'll still investigate those.
We can look into, well, it's hard to know about a district in Illinois and what the scope was for different products and different sizes. For example, with over 8,000 special ed students in our district, and that district was 16,000. So it's a total among general ed. So, and we don't know that they were using it for Medicaid billing. A lot of smaller districts won't even bother with the federal government on that kind of stuff. So the scope differences are going to be very difficult to determine with a scenario like that. What we can do is share information and talk with other districts and compare notes and say, hey, how are you doing? What's this doing? Are you satisfied? And we will always be doing that kind of stuff because we want the best deal too.
What I can say is I've worked with enough special educators to know that the software really speeds their job and makes it more proficient. And before we had great software, that was a lot of their job, and they have a very tough job, but they need the very best tools they can have so that they can focus more time on helping the kid instead of just reports. So I totally support getting the best product.
So I'm going to speak as a special education teacher who writes her IEPs in in Embrace, sorry. I think it would be a disservice to our teachers to ask them to learn this on the fly in a short period of time and to instill in them the uncertainty that they're probably going to be looking at a different software soon. So I would be opposed to that, the motion of tabling.
Got to get it off the table then.
Anyone else for discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to table the approving the bid for special education IEP platform, say aye. And any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. I'll accept a motion to approve.
There was a motion on the
There's
table.
already a motion on the table. Okay. Any discussion to that motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the bid for special education platform, IEP, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right. Let's move on for a motion for item E.
I make the motion to approve the bid for Student Services Panorama Annual Contract Licenses.
Second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Richards, a second by Ms. Dean. Any discussion to that motion?
It mentioned, maybe it was in the justification, let's see. It described Panorama briefly, and it said that it sits on top of Skyward, pulls data regularly, nightly. I was wondering if Skyward, any other product that we have already offered, besides Panorama, if it offered any functionality that Panorama offers. Does PowerSchool offer it? Does Skyward offer that functionality?
Not currently. While Skyward does see themselves as a competitor of Panorama, and what they do as far as data visualization as a data dashboard, it actually, when you look at it and you get into what Skyward is, it's no competition at all, because we would have to build it from scratch, and that's a major process that would take a lot of time, and I believe other portions of Skyward would have to be purchased in order to provide that functionality. We get Panorama right now at half the cost through a state bid process that they went through. The legislature several years ago gave some money to the State Board of Education to establish an early warning system. And so they have a subsidy that they give out, and currently every one of our schools are eligible for the subsidy. So we get it at half the cost of what it actually is. So we get a great deal. It's super easy to use. The functionality is astounding. It's a no prep program, so because it's downloading nightly from Skyward, all that our educators, our schools have to do is open it, and all of the data is there in cute colors and all sorts of things like that that are easy to understand and easy to know what to do with. It also includes intervention pieces in there that allow teachers to establish and track and monitor interventions for individual students. It also includes other functionalities. There's a social emotional survey that's in there. And I might add that all the schools that are using it, they opt into that, so they've wanted that, and also same with the SEL survey. If they wanted to do that, then they do it. But it is an amazing program that allows schools to do interventions with students and to early warn. We have a lot of really awesome stories that I'd love to share with you if you ever have time.
It looks at like attendance, it looks at grades, and as those metrics are changing, there's flags that say, hey, this student might have a problem. Is that kind of what it's doing?
Yeah, exactly right. So it looks at behavior, it looks at attendance, it looks at academics, and it combines the social emotional survey that students take, and says, using a study that was out of actually Johns Hopkins University, to establish what are the indicators of on track to graduate. And then using the matrix inside of the program, it indicates red, green, and yellow, stop sign colors, to help identify students where they're at. And there's varying colors of that. It shows when they're starting to slide or to increase. So I'd love to show it to you. I could talk about this for a long time. So I love your questions. But I won't bore you, so I'm happy to meet with you anytime and go over it with you.
And
Show it to you.
And this says it's 3 years.
Every year, but 3 year, just like what was explained to you previously.
So we shouldn't see Panorama on the agenda for 3 years. Is
That's
that what I'm
correct.
understanding?
Yeah, that's correct.
Any other discussion? All right. So we have a motion on the table to approve Student Services Panorama annual contract. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Take a motion for item F.
I move that we approve the bid on teaching and learning Skillstruck.
Second?
I'll second.
So a motion by Ms. Dean and a second by Ms. Miller. Any discussion?
I have a question on this one too. Now it mentioned that it was for elementary school. It mentioned that it's a computer coding platform for elementary students. So I guess my first question is, what grades in elementary school are we teaching computer coding to right now?
K-6.
Starting from kindergarten, we're teaching them how to code.
You better believe it.
Yep.
I don't know that I agree with that. So this is a career teaching.
This is an opportunity that STEM teachers lead through. We have some that are full-time STEM teachers and some that are part of rotations. So students go to computers as part of a rotation as specials in the elementary school. And while they're there, they have an opportunity to work with and to, it's probably not coding in the way that you are thinking of coding in high school. They have a chance to program little robots and make them move and do things. And so it's the beginning stages of learning how to think in problem-solving ways to coordinate so that they can allow toys to move and do things. So they're programs and platforms that start the beginning stages of coding for students, but it's all based within a computer STEM rotation that teachers send their students to.
Are there other careers that are taught in K6?
We have, with the rotations, there are all kinds of different opportunities. So students go to a dance, they may go to music, they may do art, fine arts, PE, all the different types of opportunities. There's other STEAM, by the way, includes engineering, it includes math, so they do different types have opportunities to do different types of things. So it's just one of several rotations that exist within the elementary school for students to choose. And schools have a chance to hire based on their interests of their students, of their faculty, of their needs. And so some schools will have more maybe STEM opportunities, others maybe do more arts, but there are a number of these. I mean, every school has programs that allow students to learn computer keyboarding and different types of computer skills.
I guess I'm new here. I'm just questioning the value of something like this in a kindergarten class, or I don't have any more questions. I'd
also just add, like I've even come in and volunteered to teach an entrepreneurial junior achievement program. There are lots of opportunities for our elementary students to kind of explore options, which I think is a great opportunity for them. Okay, any other discussion to this item?
I was just going to say that coding isn't a doorway to a career. It's a doorway to many careers. It's the beginning step of a skill that is going to be so valuable in the lives of our elementary school kids. And I've seen many, many schools that begin very, very young ages, and I've always wished we began earlier, so I'm really glad that we're making that a bigger emphasis. It really is something these kids need to do. We won't have truck drivers. We won't have, I was even watching recently with AI, they have recycle AI things that can, robots that recycle everything, which has changed the whole world with recycling, because now all of a sudden they can do it at a cost that makes it worth recycling, and it's just amazing. But we need to have kids that understand the thought process behind the future, and I think that's just the first step. So I really am excited about this.
I'm just wondering if we need kids that can read and comprehend and do basic math and, you know, those types of things that most people associate with elementary schools. It just seems a little rushed to start pushing this type of stuff on elementary school students.
I won't argue the 21st century with you, but we have things that can read for us. Speechify can take a picture of a page and read it for me. Audible. I learned all these math formulas in school, and I had to memorize all these, and let's be honest, like, nobody really needs the formula because you have programs to do the formulas for you. So I don't want to argue, but the 21st century is going to be way different than the 19th century.
Well, you also have computer programs that can code for you. So.
For sure.
Not just read for you.
But I will add on the math, the research has proven that STEAM education will increase math scores.
Yes.
Music increases math scores. There's been studies on that. You know, let's get a good music program.
I support that.
I think we have pretty great music programs in our elementaries.
In elementaries. It just, I don't know.
I have a few teachers I'd love to introduce you to.
I think we even have an art school. But anyways, I support this bid.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving the bid for Teaching and Learning Skillstruck, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
8. That motion carries 6-1. We'll go ahead and take a motion for item G.
I make the motion to approve the bid for Teaching and Learning Consulting Services for Portrait of a Graduate.
Are we going for the highest level involvement or the mid-level? Is involvement the right word? What are the three things called, the correct terminology?
My motion would go for moderate.
For moderate? Okay. I second.
All right. We have a motion for Ms. Richards, a second for Ms. Dean to approve a bid for consulting services for Portrait of a Graduate and district-wide strategic plan at the moderate level. Any discussion to that motion?
I would just make comments that anybody who wants to know our opinions and thoughts about this, you might want to go back through the last several months worth of our study sessions when we talk a lot about this. But we can talk about more of those now, but we have spent a lot of hours with this.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say yes.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Right. That motion carries 6-1. Right, we'll take a motion for item H.
So just explaining how I will make these motions, I'll start with option 3 and then go through option 2, option 1, and then base if we need to until we get to the point where, does that make sense? So I move that we approve the bid for building demolition of West Jordan Elementary School, option 3.
I second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Dunford to approve the building demolition of West Jordan Elementary School, option 3. Any discussion?
And as I said in the study session, even though I made this motion, my favorite option is option 2.
Oh, we need to do a vote first. Okay.
Okay. More discussion? All right, those in favor of approving option 3 for the demolition of West Jordan Elementary School bid, say yes.
Yes.
Okay, and any opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion fails, the vote of 6 to 1. I'll take another motion.
I move that we approve the bid for building demolition of West Jordan Elementary School, option 2.
I second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Dunford. Any discussion to that motion?
I just want to speak to where I'm voting. I'm voting for none of the alternatives. I can't approve extra money on a property that we have no idea what we're going to do with it. So I just want to state that in case it's approved on one of the other 2 options. But that's where I am, is we don't know what's going to happen to this property, where we're going to do it. So the base bid is what I'm going to go. So I'll vote no on this.
The other thing I'm considering along with Daryl is a possible precedent that we're setting. Whenever we close a school, are we going to be expected to build a park there in its place? I'd rather not go down that road and set that precedent.
So I don't think that putting up a fence around a portion of the asphalt area and painting lines on already existing asphalt and then just leaving the play areas as is in the parking lots, that doesn't seem like creating a park. It seems like just making the existing area, well, it's just putting grass over the footprint of the building. And then the other added things would be the fence around where lines would be painted for a pickleball court, and painting, I guess, or repainting the basketball courts. So in my mind, that doesn't seem like we're creating a park, but.
So I approved it. I like the ideas to do. What I can't approve is that we spending money on something that we don't know about, because the seismic studies could come back. Maybe some of the surrounding schools need to be closed. Maybe we decide West Jordan Elementary needs to be rebuilt. And so all of a sudden now we're ripping out money that we spent in a school that we're going to probably rebuild on that property, because it's possible we could rebuild that school. I hope the people listening, we're not making any promises here, but we have no idea, though. We don't know what our long-term building needs are yet. And so because of that, that's where I really don't want to invest. Now, if we have a better idea when those seismic studies come back, and they come back in the fall, and we can hurry and send that out to bid and move on it, then I think you have my vote. But I just, right now, where I'm at is I just don't want to put extra money into something that we don't know what its future is.
So do you have any concrete idea of how long into the future it would be worth it to you to put some money into the property? I mean, because in my mind, I don't know how long it would take to decide to build something on this site. And so would it be worth it if it was going to be for 3 years, or if it was going to be 2 years or 4 years or 6 months? I mean, so do you have, how far into the future are you looking?
I mean, it depends on what we do and all those things, but we don't even have a plan. We have a nearby district, when they close schools, and they're closed on a lot of them, they retain the property, they turn them into kind of a park, and that's great. They take the closing of my school, they're turning into the foundation for that district. I'm okay with that, but we just don't have a clear path of what we're doing yet. I think by fall we could. At least it would start to clear up, and a lot of questions will be answered, and I'm okay to entertain it at that point. But that's where I am, is what ifs. There's too many what ifs. But.
And that's where I'm at too. It'll be the end of the summer by the time we take this building down. Granted, there could be a couple months, I hope, of good weather after that. But then by this fall, we'll have a better idea of what we're doing with this. And I don't want to put a couple $100,000 into something that we're going to use for 2 months and tear up next spring. I'm very open to, once we get our seismic studies back and have a better idea what our long-term plan is, I'm very open to going out to bid. If we decide at that time we're going to keep this land and not build anything on it, but just have it be a community area, if that's what we decide, then I'm very open to going out to bid to add more things to this property.
We haven't even decided if we're keeping the land. I'm not sure. Right.
So I understand that if we choose not to do one of the alternates and just go with the base bid, we're going to need to restart the bid process. And I know that will be a duplication of effort. I'm curious if that will be a duplication of cost.
You just wanted Dave to work.
And if so, how much?
The demolition part won't cost anything because that'll be completed, on the base bid. But depending on what improvements you want to make on the property, if it's a whole new design, then we would have some architectural fees to design that and put it back out to bid. If we use one of these same options that's already been designed, there would be very minimal design fee costs for it.
So I'm so sorry. I know that I'm asking you to shoot in the dark, but very minimal, less than $100,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
And like I say, a lot of that's contingent on what you're doing. If you're designing a water park or doing more of an elaborate design, then the fees would go up. But if it's just basically putting some sod down or pickleball courts or that type of, it would be well under the 100,000.
And can you also give me an estimate of when the demolition will be completed? About what month? We're thinking maybe August. Is that right?
We'd be starting it in the middle of August, and I would guess within a month. Our goal and timeline was, if we were going to do some, sod work, that we would be able to have everything completed and turned over to the community by the end of October.
Are there any other properties in the district that would compare to this, where there's not a school, or it's just a community area that the district owns and is maintaining and paying for it? I mean, do we have any other properties like that?
There is the property in Riverton it's not leased, but Riverton City maintains it, that has ball fields on it.
It's owned by the district?
Correct, yes.
And the priority for programming would go first to the district on this grass, right? Is there an opportunity to use that for district purposes?
Yes, I think we just rent that in the same way that we do school properties. We would have first dibs.
And there's a need for more field space in this area. Okay, so I think it's important to say this is for district purposes first. All right, any other discussion to the motion to approve the bid for the demolition and alternate 2? Okay, I will take a vote. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Maybe I should do roll call because I don't know exactly how many people just said yes. Okay, 2 yes, and those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so that motion fails with a vote of 2 to 4 or 2 to 5. I can
Ms.
do math
George.
real good. Sorry.
We'll need to know who the 2 were.
So,
Let the
Mr.
record show.
Denford,
Mr. Dunford
Ms.
and
Dean.
Ms. Dean. Thank you.
Right? I will take a motion.
I move that we approve the bid for building demolition of West Jordan Elementary School with alternate 1.
I second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Denford. Any discussion to the motion for demolition of West Jordan Elementary and alternate 1? I am going to go ahead and comment then. I feel like it's important for us to do something here. I think that's something that we promised the community. And this was where I was leaning. It's a water-wise option. It's very mobile. But seeing the timeline, I think that I'm going to go ahead and adjust that. I have every intention of making sure that this space does not become an eyesore, but I think with the timing that we're looking at, we're moving into the winter months, I think we'll have an opportunity to make some important decisions before we'll need to, before the community will see the problems there. And so I'm gonna go ahead and switch my thoughts that way to the base. Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the motion to demolition West Jordan Elementary School with alternate 1, say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was that Mr. Denford and Ms. Dean again? Our no's, and then all those who oppose say no.
No.
All right, that motion fails. Take another motion.
I move that we approve the bid for building demolition of West Jordan Elementary School, the base bid.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Dunford. Any discussion?
I'm going to approve this one. Can I ask also that this goes to the facility committee to kind of continue to work on? And, you know, even the alternatives that kind of have that wrapped into summer projects or whatever, continue to explore this, that this is not the end of this discussion, but I'm in support of this.
Okay. Do we need-
I don't know that it has to be added as well as just directed, unless people disagree that the facilities committee should.
I think we were going to be
that.
talking about that anyway. It's on the agenda, so.
And yes, and I would agree with that, except for the summer project part, because that decision will be made in August, and we won't be ready for that yet, so.
Okay, any other discussion? All right. All in favor of approving a bid to demolition West Jordan Elementary School at the base option, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries 7-0. One more motion on bids.
I move that we approve the bid for nutrition services, uniforms, and shoes.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean and second by Ms. Richards. Any discussion to the motion? All right, All those in favor of approving the bid for nutrition services, uniforms, and shoes, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0.
Doing great.
All right, just for the record, I should mention that Ms. Miller has joined us again. We're so thankful to have her back. We hope she never leaves again. All right, let's move on to special business items. Special business item A. A recommendation, possible action to approve an increase to all meal prices served by nutrition services for the 2023-24 school year. All right, we'll go ahead and invite Mr. Larson, Ms. Bastian.
So this is a continuation from last study session. We had a presentation that's on board docs, and the board had requested that this approval come back to the board today for approval. The recommendation is to increase meal prices a quarter, that is 25 cents, for elementary breakfast, elementary lunches, secondary breakfast, and secondary lunches, 50 cents for adult breakfast, and 80 cents for adult lunches.
Right. Any members of the community here to speak to this agenda item?
Start with a motion.
Oh, sorry, a motion first.
I move that we approve the proposed increase in child nutrition meal prices for the 2023-24 school year.
I'll second.
All right, it's a fight to the second. All right, we have a motion to approve the recommendation to increase meal prices for the 2023-24 school year. Motion by Ms. Dean, seconded by Ms. Miller. All right, discussion. Oh. Any discussion to that motion?
Will you remind us again, I know we went over this in study session, why the adult lunch price has to go up more?
Do you want me to take that, Katie, or do you want to? Come on up. They have to see me all the time. They don't get to see you very often.
I don't want teachers to, think that we're trying to give them a bigger increase.
No, Katie Bastian, Director of Nutrition Services. So our federal guidelines mandate that we need to cover the cost of our adult meals. We can't use any of our federal dollars to subsidize those adult meals. And so at this point, when we did our presentation, we showed that increasing the adult lunch price 80 cents would come closer to covering the adult meal cost. So does that answer? Awesome.
And can you just put it on public record, when was the last time we increased lunch prices?
The last time was 14 years ago in the 2009-2010 school year.
There's no student currently attending the Jordan School District that's seen a lunch increase.
Yeah.
That is remarkable.
Yeah, very impressive.
Thanks for your hard work on that.
Any other discussion? Okay, thank you. And now I think it's time to ask if there's anyone here who wanted to comment on this agenda item. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve a proposed increase in child nutrition meal prices for the 2023-24 school year, say yes.
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 And any opposed? All right, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, moving on. We have a recommendation to approve the calendar for the 2024-25 school year. We're thankful for the hard work that has gone into this by our committee, and invite Mr. Olson, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. George. It's hard to think of something we do here that impacts the day-to-day lives of students, parents, employees, even community members on a day-to-day basis than our calendar that we pass each year. We've studied this over the last couple of weeks. We've saw many comments about how people plan their lives, plan major events such as weddings, vacations, family reunions, even their own work schedules around our calendar, and it has a great impact on the day-to-day lives of everybody in our district, those attending and those not attending. I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Olson and the calendar committee who've done an outstanding job once again this year in studying the issues. We have calendars on a rotation, and some years seem easier than others depending on when major holidays fall, and this is one of those years where we had fewer options, but nevertheless the committee looked at what they could and came up with a couple of good, viable options that met the priorities and the needs of our patrons, and I want to thank them for their hard work, as you mentioned, Ms. George, for the outstanding work they do. And I've asked Mr. Olson to provide a quick summary of the survey and the recommendation for the public record before the board's discussion.
Alrighty. The survey was available to the public for about 10 days, including 2 weekends. We had 7,500 respondents, which is about average for our calendar surveys. Of those 7,500 respondents, majority, almost half, were elementary, and then middle school and high school and other schools. The largest portion of our respondents were parents. We got, all told, about 2,000 comments of various forms that the board had the opportunity to review, and that I reviewed as well. The end result, we asked in this year for patrons to pick either the long break option or the short break option as to which one they prefer. It was a close vote, as some members of the board pointed out. During the break, you guys didn't have a break, I had a break. During my break, I had some time to think about this. I realized that in previous years, we've not asked them to do which one of these two do you want? We've asked them to rank them with stars, 1 to 4, and we had 1 year with 3 options where we asked them to pick from those 3 options, but we've never just said 2 choices, pick one. So it does seem like maybe it was a little closer, but we've never done a vote like that before, so I don't know if it's close. The end result, though, was that the long option was preferred by about 53% of those who responded, with the short option at about 46%. And so the recommendation that I would make to the board is that for the 24-25 school year, we approve the long break calendar option.
Thank you so much for your work. It's always interesting to see how well responded to the surveys are when it comes to calendar. So it's a lot of information to wade through, and we are so grateful for your committee and your work and all the many idiosyncrasies that you have to keep juggling in the air when you write a calendar. Okay. Anyone? Oh, so I will take a motion.
I move that we approve the long break calendar for the 2024-25 school year.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion to approve the long break calendar for the 2024-25 school year. Motion by Ms. Dean and seconded by Mr. Barnett. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I received a lot of calls on this, and they saw it as 2 bad choices. I think people do like long breaks. I think that's pretty well established, and that's been very popular. What they didn't like about the long break choice is 2 weeks after Memorial Day going to school. They just are not excited about that. As a teacher in education, we've had that a couple times, and I'll just say there's not a whole lot of learning that happens after Memorial Day. So those are 5 wasted days in my estimation. So I would like to make an alternate motion that we approve the long break calendar, with the exception of starting school a week earlier. Now, people aren't really fond of that either, probably. Starting earlier in August is hard also. But I think when you come down to learning, it comes down to, you know, what's going to be best for us in effective learning time on those days. I think that's going to be a better option. So that's a motion, an alternate motion I think I want to make. I would love to have legislators give us a little wiggle room on deciding that if we're getting the hours in, but that's a different soapbox I'll stand on another time. So that's my alternate motion if anyone wants to second it.
I'll second.
May I ask a clarification, Mr. Robinson?
Yeah.
When you say starting school a week earlier, are you proposing just shifting the entire calendar up one week?
Correct, and that's going to mess some things up.
In that option, second semester would come back after winter recess for 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be argued we're trading 5 bad days at the end for 5 bad days in the middle.
You could argue lots of things. I just know that, I mean, I still think we should have the solar eclipse, but that's a different story. I wish that we would have had that option in the beginning so that we could have really got, but that's what I had a feeling. So many people had contacted me. They just don't like 9 days after Memorial Day.
So do you feel like the 5 days, the last 5 days of school, or the last 4 days of school after Memorial Day are less effective than the last 4 days of school in general, regardless of when they happen?
I think we, in our society, we've conditioned people to work really, really hard to Memorial Day. And then we take Memorial Day off. Many districts are ending before Memorial. We take Memorial off, and then we come back and kind of clean up. We do yearbook, we do locker clean out, we have graduation. And those 4 days to me are, we've learned how to use those pretty effective. I like those, but to have them come back after Memorial Day and expect for us still to be doing tests and still to be having, 5 learning days till the following Monday, it's just not going to happen.
Just a clarification. So if we start a week earlier, we get out a week earlier, but that's still after Memorial Day.
Yeah, I'm okay with ending after Memorial until the Utah High School Activities Association changes their policy. But well, I've just got to state that because, I mean, I'm in favor of, ending before Memorial, but again, there's other conflicts. But I really like the system that we've done for years where we have Memorial, we come back and kind of finish up the year. But we work hard till Memorial Day. And I just think, in 2 years when this calendar comes up, I just don't think you're going to see a lot of learning. That's just me. I could be wrong.
I would just remind everyone that our teachers, our educators are back in the building a week before that. It does not give them much of a summer. They're back August 6th in that scenario.
But you're going to trade it off the next summer, though, because you're going to take it away the next summer, one way or another. It's not a perfect.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but
my bad.
I also feel like it was interesting to see the responses from staff and administrators too, because it seemed like the margin was widened in the teacher responses and in the administrator responses. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, licensed employees were 5743 for the long break. ESPs 5346 with decimals, so that's why the math doesn't work. Admin 6435 in favor of the long break option. Parents as a whole 5247, students 5049.
And I'm okay, whatever. I made the motion. If anyone wants to second it, I support whatever the board decides to do.
I thought Brian did second it.
I did.
I mean, Mr. Barnett. I think Mr. Barnett did second it.
Discussion. So any other discussion to that motion? Okay. So any public comment that wants to speak about the calendar? No? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and take a vote. So we have an alternate motion on the table to take the long break option and adjust the start date a week earlier. All in favor of that motion, say yes.
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 Okay. We have 2 yeses, Mr. Barnett and Mr. Robinson. Did I get everybody? All right. And any opposed?
Yes
Yeah,
or no?
No.
Sorry, say no.
It's all good. You know what
Yes
you mean.
opposed.
Yes, we oppose.
I heard a bunch of yeses there.
All right. So the substitute motion fails with a vote of 5-2. We had a motion on the table to approve the long break option. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of approving the long break option for the 2024-25 calendar. Please, if you're in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries a vote to 7-0. Thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we'll move into our superintendent's report.
I don't have much to add except to thank everyone for the hard work up till the end of our school year. It's a frenetic time, and I appreciate parents, students, and all of our employees working hard and getting us across the finish line. And it's been a great year. I know that there are a lot of things that are difficult about this year, but if we look a little farther back and a little farther back than that, we've come through a lot of difficult years, and I'm excited to report in future board meetings some of the great academic achievements we're experiencing. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, and we have board reports. Any committee reports or comments by board members?
I'll just quickly report on my committee. The Facilities Committee will be meeting on June 6th. That's our next big meeting, and we have quite a full agenda. We will look at the summer project bids and get those going. I did want to report that the seismic grant did come back, and we did receive it. I was kind of surprised to find out that we were the only district that applied. So we did get a sizable amount, but we can't access that money until late fall. Mr. Osterman, will you come up, please, and add any little details that you know? Anyway, we can get some of the preliminary things done, but we can't do the work or we don't get the grant money. So go ahead.
That's correct. The state has notified us that the federal government has given us the green light that we will receive the grant money, a little over $300,000. However, we have to wait until the federal government gives us an official letter. They have the right to kind of go back and review the submissions for the grants, and they may ask some additional questions. And the state is indicating that they think that'll be late fall before we receive that letter. So we can't spend the money or even start the we can go through the bidding process to make sure that, we do a competitive bid for the services, but we can't actually have them do the work until we receive that letter from the federal government. And that's anticipated to be late fall, unfortunately.
So we can go out to bid and have someone lined up. They just can't go do the work until we get that final approval.
That's correct, yeah.
And then what's the time frame like? Like any idea how long it takes from there?
It seemed like we were 2 to 3 months for the firm that we've been in contact with to complete the studies. So this kind of pushes our, we were hoping to have, our information back from the seismic reports by the end of October. Now that we can't start that process, I'm afraid we're going to be pushed into spring.
Does winter pose a challenge to gathering that data, x-raying foundations and all of that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that'll be an issue.
And I hope this isn't the case, but if we go out to bid and find that this grant will not cover all of the costs, can we start on the amount that we are going to cover, or any work will void the grant?
That's a good question, because the district would have to cover, I believe it was 25% of the, in addition to the grant money to cover the estimated cost. So I'm not sure on that, if we could, but that would really.
Can I take that?
You bet.
The way federal grants work, this does have a 25% matching component, so we have to pay 25% of it. And that 25% is considered federal dollars. We would not be able to utilize those funds either until that award letter comes indicating that the period of availability of the grant has begun.
I have a question. Will talking about the amount of the grant and the 25% affect how competitive the bids might be? Does it matter?
We'll solicit, several companies, and they'll have the opportunity to give their best pricing for it.
But they'll know that we have at least this much. I don't know. Does it matter? I don't know.
Like you say, they'll be competitive.
Talk to about this. Who in the federal government? Does anyone have any connections? Just kidding.
Not a one.
Okay.
All right.
Can I have some things that I think would interest the stakeholders in our in Jordan School District from the Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting. So the Valley Regional Park in Taylorsville, and I know that's not in the district, but I think it affects people in the district, is set to open Memorial Day weekend with a ribbon cutting in September. And Bingham Creek Regional Park in South Jordan is going to open, I think, with a ribbon cutting on June 22nd. And this really interested me. The Butterfield Trail system is almost complete with 2 bridges put in, and the county went out for bids on the trailhead last week, and it's the projected time for a ribbon cutting for the Butterfield Trail system is for September. So I just thought that was very exciting recreational opportunities happening in the district and in Taylorsville.
I attended the state PTA convention a couple of weeks ago, and just wanted to let everyone know that Corey Fairholm is the new state PTA president, and many of you may know her. She used to be the region president, so our district region PTA. She was the president a couple of years ago. I've been super involved in a lot of our schools. So it's good to have a local connection to the state PTA. And Dr. Godfrey was installed for another term as the superintendent representative on the state PTA board at that convention. So congratulations to you. And then for Jordan Education Foundation, their next fundraising event is a golf tournament, which is June 22nd. So if you're interested in putting together a foursome and registering for that event, you can get the information on the foundation webpage.
And I have one more thing. I forgot about this. I went to the GIAC Summit this morning, and we all got trained by Ben Jameson how to use Tableau, which is an amazing resource. And I'd be happy to help any board members understand how to use Tableau. It shows a lot of different statistics in bar graph form. It's very helpful and very interesting if you want to see things sorted by years or schools or different groups. Anyway, so if anybody is interested, maybe you all already know how to use it, but anyway.
The state.
No, it's through our district. It's our district, and you can look at it. Anyway, collected a lot of like graduation rate data, and we were mostly looking at equity topics, but there are so many different topics like DLI schools and advanced placement courses, and I mean just a lot. So.
Any others? Okay. I will take a motion to adjourn to closed session.
I move that we go to closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, and we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
I am a yes as well. You're adjourned.